Good morning, boys and girls. Oh, I'm getting like mentally exhausted from managing these fucking positions every day. VIX has been up for like 2 weeks. It's just like too much. Did you see AGL? No. Ooh, nice. Kind of did a thing. They get an upgrade. Nice. Well, it's briefly back above $5, although it looks like that's fading quickly. Is your SPX frozen? I don't fucking know. There's been data issues. $52.08. Yeah, it looks like it is. That updated the price. Hold on. Little fat downside gap. All right. Delta and gamma flip look way more normal today. Supports at 5,200. Loss of 5,200 to be like a pullback to 5,170, maybe. Well, there's not a lot of delta above 5,200. Oh, am I muted? Shit. Sorry. Just said there's not a lot of delta above 5,200. That position will probably build through the intraday though. Yeah, I saw the rip on BTU. Yeah, zero DTs are repriced. When Trump doubled tariffs for China at some point today, supposedly. Half of yesterday's cost. I'm not buying any of this shit. How much are 5,300s? I might want one of those. A couple of those. Let's play spreads. Looks like some positioning's building to the upside, like 30 out to 50. Doesn't look too bad. Zero DTs are coming in there. I need... Here, I'll switch this up. Boom. Wrong one. There we go. Oh, no. Gamma neutral, or gamma flip and delta flip disappeared. What the fuck is going on with the data? Uh, nope. Okay. Cool. He said the 9th. I thought he said the 8th. He said, therefore, if China does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already long-term trading abuses by tomorrow, April 8th, 2025, the United States will impose additional tariffs on China of 50% effective April 9th. So today's the day that China has to pull it back. I don't know what time today. Today's the day. Get the starfish. Jesus. All right, a little bit of support at 30. Room up to test 50. Lower high, though. Did you already see South Korea rug China? I didn't. I don't need them to keep shorting the fuck out of vol so I can get back in with some time on my options. Did you take profits yesterday on the bounce? China time or US time? No one knows. Trump doesn't even know. They fired warning shots at North Korea? Not as much as it should have been. Mm. Hmm. Well, not much is happening today, so they'll probably keep shorting vol as much as they can. Just be wary of the potential for the Chinese tariffs to be announced. Does Trump even know about time zones? Probably not. The rare earth ban China imposed arguably as important as the tariffs. Probably more so. He's going to tariff time zones. Time to start legging into more puts here, or does this have some more juice? No way China's backing down. They're probably not. And I'd imagine the EU is going to push reciprocal tariff increases as well. So that's tomorrow also, supposedly. Hmm. We support at 5,200. Big old bounce. What platform do you use for trading ES? Mm, like primarily, I use AMP with Quant Tower. For fun, WeBull or like Ninja. What's the case for oil inflating? Actual war. That's what comes after trade wars. Flying Tuttle, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Yeah, I fixed it. I had to turn Donnie up real loud last night while he mumbled his way through his meeting with Netanyahu. Should I pull back my DVN hedges? I don't think we've got real war anytime soon. Also, Flip's getting wonky. I push for 50 here. If they get 50, they'll get some more stability to the upside. Then they could try for 75, 300. Looks like someone's selling the fuck out of the 52.75 call. Yeah, the 55 to 75 range still looks weird. Kind of shitty. Almost everything up here is sold calls, so this is the squeezy zone. Well, a little less squeezy than the like 5100 to 5200 range, but still a little squeezy. Did you guys notice the SPY is like spread on SPY is way off? What is that about? Hmm. That's correct, Cobra. But the person who made that statement is a Midwest financial advisor who thinks he's a lawyer. Move to Arkansas. I don't think you need a JD down there. That's Louisiana. Don't put that evil on us. Hmm. Is it weird that there's like huge piles of Delta moving around at 4,700? Probably. Nothing but bot calls to the upside so far. 50, and then all the way out to 5,300, 5,350. Still not buying enough calls between 5,260 and 5,275. Hmm. Are we in a bull market? No. Amboy, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Amboy a shout out for hooking you up. I wish I was a cat. I could just bite people instead of saying hello, and it would be fine. It's true. You're gonna become a trillionaire? Oh, that'd be cool. Do you think this bear rally is more mechanical, or is it just a cause of the yeah from yesterday? I think the yeah from yesterday set up the ability for us to have a mechanical bull rally, bear rally. So, okay. Do with that what you will. You're gonna pull back at every single upside test? Yeah, still shitty delta to the upside of 50. That's gonna need to fill in a bit. Uh, 40, 30, a little bit supportive. Vana picks up if we get over 75. So speed. Uh, ooh, interesting. I think they might be closing short puts from yesterday's low in like the 5,700 range. If, and this is a big if DFE was a pickle jar member and you knew about it, would you hide it from us so you can hang like a normal person? Yes. But 4 piles of snow is enough to build a snowman, depending on size. Congress is discussing trade policy right now. It's the Senate hearing, right? We could watch it. We could watch them argue about things they don't understand. That's always interesting. Where's C-SPAN? If I want to watch people argue about things they don't understand and pay attention at work, kidding. Who voted for the hoodie guy in Pennsylvania? Other hoodie guys. No, not the Unabomber. He tried to stop all this. He failed. It looks like we need some edge case checks on Delta Flip. I actually think the spikes are valid. There was a lot of 1 DTE puts sold yesterday at like 4750, 4700. I think some of those are pulling back and repositioning higher. We have a 3-year auction today. I posted all the auctions at the beginning of the week in Pickles Picks. Remote, thankfully. I'm gonna watch Gherkin all day, every day. Thanks, man. Is that the hot shooter? Are we talking Fetterman? I think Fetterman. The guy with the brain damage and the hoodies. Stabilize or all bets off? What? Bulls repositioning short puts higher? How's that? It's not bearish. Trump wears hoodies? I don't know. He was making a really bold statement about you know what? I'm gonna leave it be. It's too early. It's too early in the day to talk about Trump's foreskin. No shell on the acorn, Poopy? How do you know? Shell on the acorn? I'm stealing that. Of course you will. Ukraine Zelensky is claiming that they fought 6 Chinese soldiers fighting for Russia, North Korea, and Ukraine, and took 2 of them as prisoners. Maybe they were just like Chinese people that wandered into North Korea and got stuck. Oh yeah, I forgot that Stormy Daniels described his penis in detail in court documents. No one beats Hunter Biden. That guy could be the next Johnny Sins. Hunter Biden's cock is so fantastic that it got talked about in Congress no less than 18 times. Marjorie Taylor Greene is obsessed with his hog. She has a blown up picture of it. She keeps like waving it around, like, look at this debauchery. God damn it, trash. We didn't need the Cytosaurus. You think she has a hunter shrine in her closet like Helga from Hey Arnold? Oh my god, Marjorie Taylor Greene is Helga from Hey Arnold. Have you considered shorting Apple after this pump? Yes. But then I realized if we impose 34% additional or 50% additional tariffs on China, I can just short everything all at once in the same place. Oh shit, okay, if we're not citing sources, then he also dips it in his leftover nugget sauce because he likes the way it feels. Nice. You think there's a chance that Trump doesn't triple down? Nope. Remember before Trump released the tariffs and everyone was like, oh my god, he's just going to back off. It's going to be fine. And I was like, no, he's going to double down. That's what he does. It's really hard for narcissists to admit they're wrong. Is that where the McDonald's sweet and sour sauce went? Is that why they sold it out? Are you talking about the Mulan sauce? Trump just gets his little wiener in there and swirls it around and says, I'll make a man out of you over and over again. I'm not wrong. I'm just not right now. The narcissist way. That's so perverted. I love it. Uh, we have fun in here. This went from it's too early to over the line real fast. Um, Not true. Time passed between when it was too early and now. Now it's fine. Caffeine kicked in. Why is it taking so long to get to 5,300? My calls are waiting. Ooh, look, we're over the delta flip. Just like a little bit. This is the Gherkin I miss. Triggering people with politics. I didn't say anything about politics. I was talking about Trump swirling his noodle in Mulan Sichuan plum sauce. That's not political in the slightest. Are you going full degen on pits this time? No. With all these tariffs kicking in, are we about to see a rise in smuggling? Are we talking full-blown piracy? Time to dust off the eye patches and hoist the Jolly Roger. Actually, that sounds like a great idea. Oh my god. We should build a smuggling network. Hmm. We could do it through a shell company now because there's no more disclosures. Like the Dutch East India Company, but all over again. Less colonialism, maybe. I'm in. What small African country would you host it in? Djibouti. Pickle Pirates is the new pickle commune. Yeah, we could do that thing like the Chinese pirates did, where they're like just a giant flotilla, but then they tie all their ships together and have big parties. Ooh, what are we smuggling? Cheap plastic goods from Timu. I'm in for 50K. Everyone here does comprehend that Djibouti is a US military base, right? Yeah, we all know that. That's what the casino and the Dans are for. Wonder if we'll ever break out above the delta flip. Significantly. Are bears going to use 5260 like the bulls used 5065 yesterday or whatever it was? Really? What's up, man? How you been? I wonder if my 5050p is going in the money. Oh, probably not. Well, maybe, but probably not. When? By when? It says rugging potential. Not really. Not. I mean, you could probably confirm that way better to the downside. There's the rug potential is the 50% increase tariffs on China, which we may or may not get, or Trump might have forgotten about. Given its already high valuations, will Costco be a winner or loser with the tariffs? Probably a loser. The stuff they make money on is like all manufactured in China. So they're going to have to realign their supply chains almost completely. They make money on like consumer discretionary goods. They don't really make a lot of money on like food and stuff. Like consumer staples are not a big part of their margins. And so, you know, all of those discretionary goods are pretty much manufactured in China right now. The market's been treating me pretty good. Not gonna lie. I've had several good weeks now. Been pretty happy. I know we've talked about tariffs, but have we talked about terror? Oh God! Lol news: the greatest rugger of all time, Grote. Aren't you supposed to be working today? What Indian stocks can we purchase? Apple? Ah, I see. I can't stop eating peanut M&Ms. Yeah, yeah. I'd never buy the big container from Costco. The Delta flip is tough to get past. Yeah, it is. Because there's not a lot of delta to the upside. We went over this, right? This morning. We talked about it. There's an issue with the upside delta. So we need to push above like 75. And then it can get like kind of squeezy again. But this like 55 to 75 range is kind of shit. It's a bit it's filling in, but it's a bit problematic. They're talking to the U.S. trade rep in Congress.
Space. So.
Are they?
We understand the deficit, we understand your desire for reciprocity, and we want to work with you on this. And the Chinese approach, which has been, we're going to retaliate, we're trying to remedy a situation. We're trying to remedy a situation that's persisted for many years, and it would be wonderful if the Chinese agreed with that and wanted to persist in, work with us on that, but that's not where they are. And the president has recognized this, and he wants to focus on other
things. Doll's turning up a little bit here.
The United States is a services powerhouse, from travel and technology to finance and media. Our services industry account for nearly 80% of the U.S. GDP and 8 out of 10 American jobs. Other countries are responding to Trump's global tariffs by retaliating against American services. Can you explain how your tariff actions aren't putting our services exports at risk like so much of your trade policy?
Senator and Chairman Crapo mentioned this. We had India already pull down a digital advertising tax that affected some of our most competitive tech companies. We're already in conversations with other countries that if they want to have reciprocal trade with us, that's something that we need to consider as well. And we expect them not to discriminate against our services companies. We have some of the most competitive in the world. I agree with you. And to me, that's part of this calculation.
I wrapped up with the services question because it seems to me it's classic Donald Trump. Really good at talking about problems, even saying that there is some reason to go forward, identifying a problem, but pretty damn bad at fixing them. And there's going to be a whole lot of collateral damage in the process if you all continue with these trade policies in services and in other areas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn.
Ambassador Greer, well, thank you for being here today. I know there's been a lot of discussion about tariffs, but would you just briefly discuss non-tariff barriers to trade? In other words, the barriers that countries put up to deny market access from U.S. exports into those countries that aren't tariffs per se.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I have here in my hand a book that's become very popular in recent days. This is the National Trade Estimate on Foreign Trade Barriers, and the Office of the United States Trade Representative puts this together with input from civil society, unions, industry, business, small business. And this is 400 pages of all the non-tariff barriers that you're talking about. Just a few examples. India, huge trading partner, they restrict imports of ethanol for fuel use by using restrictive import licenses. These are the types of border measures that don't sound very sexy to talk about, and they don't make for a great soundbite, but these are the things that actually block our exports, where they have licensing regimes or they have fake science that they use to block our imports.
Do you say fake science?
Just one example that seems to me to make the point is that our friends in Australia basically have put up barriers to the export of beef from the United States. My state, Texas, happens to produce a lot of beef cattle, and Australia basically denies access to its huge market, but not as a result of tariffs so much as non-tariff barriers to trade. Could you speak to that?
Yes, Senator, and it's always surprising because we have a free trade agreement with Australia, and we would expect that we would have fair and reciprocal trade. Last year, I think we imported about $3 billion worth of Australian beef, and we exported $0 of American beef to Australia. And it's not just beef. Australia also blocks on specious, fake science grounds, the export of fresh and frozen U.S. pork. So it's incredible that they do this. We have zero exports of the fresh and frozen U.S. pork to Australia.
I find it interesting that people express surprise at President Trump's policies when
Did he
he's been
say
talking about these
specious?
policies for, best I can tell, for decades, and how unfair trading arrangements are between various countries. And indeed, some of these unfair trading practices have resulted in the deindustrialization of America. We've exported manufacturing to Asia and particularly China and other countries that now appear to be willing to hold us hostage to those supply chains. A few years ago, we passed the Chips and Science Act. We worked with Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Ross during President Trump's first administration, and later was signed by President Biden, but to bring advanced semiconductor manufacturing back on shore, because we recognized that the vulnerability that existed if there was another pandemic, there's a natural disaster, or heaven forbid, a military conflict break out in Asia, we wouldn't have access to these advanced semiconductors that run everything from your cell phone to the avionics on an F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. But China has basically held us hostage and continues to use some of these vulnerabilities to our detriment. For example, critical mineral processing. Would you speak to the vulnerability that exists as a result of China basically processing 90% of the critical minerals in the world that are essential for our daily lives?
Yes, Senator, and that figure is always one that gives me great concern, the 90% of the processing. We do have critical minerals in the United States. We have lithium here. We have other critical minerals here. And a lot of it is that China has centralized the processing of minerals, right? We have in the Western Hemisphere, in Bolivia, in Chile, we have all kinds of critical minerals, and that's in our hemisphere. But they get sent to China, they're processed, and they come here, and then if China wants to exercise economic coercion or other practices, they do have a stranglehold on these kinds of things. That's a very dangerous situation to be in. I mean, this is part of the urgency of what we're talking about. And I think as the Trump administration certainly takes action on trade, but also takes action on the environmental side and permitting and regulation, that's an area where we can actually have more of that activity here in the United States, or we can work with our trading partners to try to incentivize production there as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, it's good to see you again. Could you talk a little bit about the relationship of the tariffs that you have put on and rising prices for the American people? What is it the American people should expect to be able to suffer as a result in terms of rising prices? I understand your position is that the long-term gain is worth the short-term pain, but what is that short-term pain going to look like?
So Senator, I think we can look at, I think we should look at history and data for this. You know, it's hard to project what's going to happen with prices, but we know in the first Trump term, the president imposed historic tariffs on China on an enormous amount of goods coming from China. And during that time, inflation went down by 0.1%. During the Biden administration, the historic inflation was not on imported goods or related to tariffs that President Biden put in place. It was related to, frankly, services, healthcare, education, et cetera. So I think there's not really a one-to-one on tariffs and price effects, and so many things go into price. I know you think I'm probably like dodging and weaving on this, but I'm looking at data, sir,
Yeah,
and the data shows it's not one-to-one.
I know you're smart enough to know that the likelihood is that prices are going to go up for the American people as a result of the tariffs that you put in place. Do you disagree with that?
Oh,
I mean, when you say that the in your testimony that you expect the American people will bear the burden, or that, and I'm sure they will bear any burden on some level, but what do you think that burden is actually going to look like?
Well, I think the challenges, frankly, are going to be more for companies that are largely dependent on imports from China and Asia, where they have to adjust their supply chains in a quick set of time. Yeah. And the way the tariffs get allocated between the foreign, the foreign producer and the importer, that's where the majority of
and
adjustment
we have a bunch
comes.
of those companies in Colorado, and I know that Osprey Packs, for example, they probably don't want me to mention them, but I will. And in southwest Colorado would be a very good example of that. I mean, they are very dependent on the supply chain from Vietnam, and they probably are really worried today about what's going to happen, which a lot of people are. I mean, I think one of the things about the situation we find ourselves in is the degree to which we've now created huge uncertainty in our economy, and I'm worried that that is going to result in a lack of investment, capital investment. You mentioned some new investments that have been made in our economy, but I think that anybody who knows anything about the economy knows that uncertainty results in people freezing up, a paralysis, a lack of investment, which is going to make it hard for our economy and may actually provoke a recession. Could you comment on your concerns about that and how you're thinking about that? And I have one more question before I'm out of time.
So Senator, the best way to have certainty is to build in the United States, right? That's the best way to have certainty.
But that's going to take a long, long time. And what's going to happen in the meantime, do you think?
So, Senator, we have, I would say, dilly-dallied for years on this issue. We've done these, broad studies, which are interesting and helpful that we saw come out of the Biden administration. But we have to act. I can't sit for 3 years and try to fine-tune something.
I hear you say that. But you could have made a different choice, which was to strategically target a geography, which is strategically target Beijing, strategically target certain industries where, all industries in America weren't affected at the same time. You didn't make that choice. I mean, you're in the midst of having trade negotiations with 90 different countries at the same time by your own testimony, all of whom can make their assessment, I assume, these are sophisticated people, about where the pressure points are on you, where the pressure points are going to come for us to not necessarily get the best deal because we're spread all over the globe negotiating every one of these agreements at the same time, rather than a more strategic approach, which would have had the benefit of giving us, I think, a much greater degree of certainty about where we were headed. Obviously, you made a different choice, and I'm just curious about how you think about your responsibility. How you think about that.
So I would note, and I think it's thoughtful to think about things in this way. If you look at the results of the reciprocal tariff, the Western Hemisphere generally is at the lowest tariff rate. If you look at where we have our largest problems with non-reciprocity and deficit countries, it's mostly in Asia. And so you do actually see pretty strategic outcome with respect to promoting production in the Western Hemisphere as opposed to where we have all this overproduction in Asia that's given rise to our current problems on trade.
I would just say in closing, Mr. Chairman, that's true. What the ambassador said is true, but it still doesn't, I still cannot fathom why we are treating Canada and Mexico, our largest trading partners, basically the same way we're treating Beijing. It doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no sense that we would do it all at the same time like that. And we're going to have to stay on it, which is why some of us have introduced legislation to make sure that Congress begins to take its appropriate role again in making these very important trade decisions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Senator Lankford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. You've got a lot on your plate, and appreciate the focus right now on this. Let me come from a perspective of a lot of Oklahoma farmers and ranchers and manufacturing folks and retail folks.
Jesus Christ.
And quite frankly, folks that sell to retailers that are in Oklahoma.
This guy looks like the Crypt Keeper.
They've actually sent to me pretty quickly, so I want to be able to bounce a few of those. The goal of this is to do more trade internationally, that the United States...
It's like Martin Short and the Joker had a baby.
Or produce here and sell more internationally, and that we would have that opportunity to have increased market access. Is that correct?
So, Senator, I think that's accurate, because when we're trying to get down a deficit and have more production here, necessarily part of it is making sure we're not getting too many imports that are driven by unfair trade practices.
It's like skinny Jiminy Glick.
So then right now there's a lot of negotiations going on. There was a lot of questions for several days whether we're negotiating
That's a
or not
sex
negotiating. I'm hearing from you pretty clearly today. We are open to negotiate. We're trying to be able to establish better trade agreements to be able to move forward. Do you have any timeline on certain countries or places that you have set internally to say we hope to have negotiations complete by this point? Obviously, negotiations can extend as long as they have to, but is there a timeline you're dealing with?
So the president has indicated that he's willing to negotiate with parties that want to pursue reciprocal trade with the United States. We don't have any particular timeline set on that because, as you pointed out, Senator, the outcome is more important than setting something artificially for us. What I can say is I'm moving as quickly as possible, and a lot of these countries are moving very quickly, and we're working on the weekends, we're working at night as folks want to engage on this. Now, I will say, I know you want to ask something, the trade deficit has been decades in the making, and it's not going to be solved overnight.
Right. Yeah, everyone understands that well, and everyone that I talk to is grateful that we're actually attacking the trade deficit issue and try to be able to bring down barriers to trade. They also want to get a timeline. Let me give you, for instance, I've got an Oklahoma company that several years ago spent millions of dollars to be able to move out of China. They moved into Vietnam for production because literally there was what they're producing, the parts were not created in America. So they were looking for other places to go. They spent all the money, spent all the time, shifted out of China, got to Vietnam and established there. Now they're saying we've got giant costs in Vietnam at this point. So they're going to have to renegotiate with every single retailer that they sell to, which is going to take a lot of time to be able to do it. What they're trying to be able to figure out is, do we hold on those negotiations and try to renegotiate with Walmart and Target and Costco and everybody else they're going to have to renegotiate with? Or do they press on with those negotiations now? If things are going to get resolved soon, they can pause. If they're not going to get resolved, they're going to have to renegotiate every contract again to try to figure out which way to go. So the time piece does matter to them.
Senator, I understand completely, and Vietnam is one of those countries that understands that it is, frankly, one of the major targets of this action because their trade surplus with us is so lopsided. I think it's every $15 they export to us, we send them $1, and they remain closed to our exports where we can be competitive, agriculture, et cetera. But they've come to the table with an offer, right? We didn't go out and say, please come talk to us. They beat down our door and they want to talk about it.
Good. I don't anticipate that we're ever going to have equal trade with Vietnam. We're a much larger economy than they are, but bringing down the trade barriers would be helpful so that they would accept American products to be sold there. I think that's beneficial, but most countries in the world are never going to buy as much as we're purchasing because we just purchase a lot more from there. Another issue has come up about garment manufacturing. Obviously, this is a challenge. We'll have different pieces that are bought from different countries. We don't have a lot of garment manufacturing here in the United States. For those garment manufacturers that are here and for others, some in Oklahoma, they're asking me about exclusions and exceptions and how this is going to be handled to say, we can't buy it in America. This is the only place that's actually manufacturing it. I know long-term, the hope is to be able to have a more diversified, but in the short term, they don't have another option. How do you plan to handle that?
Senator, the president has been clear with me and with others that he does not intend to have exclusions and exemptions, especially given the nature of the action. If you have Swiss cheese in the action, it can undermine the overall point, which is to get rid of the deficit, achieve reciprocity.
Wait, are we not
To my
tariffing
point
Swiss
earlier
cheese?
to Mr. Bennett, the Western Hemisphere countries have a much lower tariff than many of the Asian countries. And I've heard from textile manufacturers for many years that they would love to have a situation where Western Hemisphere textile and garment manufacturing is more competitive, and maybe we're setting up the conditions for that.
So in the short term, there's no exemptions that are coming on it. So for companies that are currently buying from Asia at this point, whether it be for textiles, whatever it may be, the goal is to be able to push them out of Asia into the Western Hemisphere, or where do they need to go at this point?
Well, the president has been clear, again, that he's not doing exemptions or exceptions in the near term. My own sense is, given the tariff differentials between Asia and Western Hemisphere, I think people can start making decisions based on that.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Ambassador Greer, for being here. Just to sort of frame our conversation, tell me what a negative externality is.
This is something you and I like to talk about.
Yes, we do.
This is a situation where you have a foreign country where perhaps they have actions such as poor environmental regimes or lax labor laws, and they don't bear the cost of that. Instead, they send their goods that are the product of these processes where they have lax regulatory regimes. They send it here, and we end up bearing this. They externalize these negative externalities to us, and we have to bear it, and our workers have to bear it, and we don't compete on a level playing field.
So two things are wrong with this. One, the customary negative externality is pollution. And to the extent, for instance, on an issue I've done a lot of work on in bipartisan fashion, plastic in our oceans. Now it's in our drinking water, it's in breast milk. I mean, we've really gone down a very weird pathway with respect to plastics. If China, for instance, is responsible for dumping 60 or 70% of the plastics into the Pacific, then that's a harm to us, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Because it's a commons, the ocean, and we suffer from that. And then if the Chinese company is exporting their goods to the U.S., and that Chinese company has a lower cost for its product because it doesn't have proper pollution control with respect to plastic, and the U.S. company does, then that's an unfair trade imbalance, correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
So two things are wrong when we get into this situation of foreign countries allowing
This is
pollution
slipping.
that our companies pay to prevent.
That's right.
And that's an appropriate place for
25 is probably
tariffs to be
like
deployed to offset
local support
that
here,
trade
but if
imbalance
25
and
is
help
lost,
protect
back to
the
52.
commons from this particular tragedy, correct?
I think trade action can be appropriate, and when the president announced his reciprocal tariff regime last Wednesday, he specifically referred to pollution by other
Seems to
countries in his
be
speech.
a
You may
distinct
not have
lack
listened
of
to it, but you may want to go back
volatility
and listen to that part, because
I think
that's very true, and I agree with
Bulls
you.
are very
Well,
fond of this
it might be
hearing.
the only place in which the administration shows the slightest interest in pollution, so good for that. The issue of plastics is, I think, a pretty significant one. Again, there's been a lot of bipartisan interest. I even went up to the Oval Office during Trump 1 to have one of my bills signed by the president, and he gave a very animated riff on Asian countries polluting our beautiful oceans and how it comes ashore very often in Alaska by the ton along their beaches. So I hope this is an area we can continue to work together. And in particular, I hope that you'll sit down with me and Senator Cassidy on legislation that we are working on. Will you give us that meeting?
Senator, I'll take any meeting with you that you would like to talk about this issue. And
Great.
I'd like to
Well,
also
we'll
let
sit
you.
down with Senator Cassidy's team and have a conversation there. The other thing I wanted to flag for you is that you
5247
pretty well
is
successfully
probably
deflected
a
all
pretty
of Senator
important
Bennett's
level on
questions
ES.
about what the immediate impact looks like in the short-term pain for the long-term gain.
5322 is the upside
I just want to
breakout.
flag for you one issue that is very important to me. Rhode Island is a small business state, right? We don't have a whole lot of big mega corporations there who can balance things and move things around. Canada is our largest trading partner. We have companies who fill an important niche in the global supply chain, and particularly in American companies' supply chains, because they get something from Canada, or let's say China, could be, but Canada's our major trading partner, and they process that thing,
Nope,
and
you're
then
wrong.
they put it into the supply chain for the larger corporate entities. That's their business. That's all they've got. So if we're not looking out for these small businesses that are actually going to have to lock their doors and close the shutters and fire their employees and go out of business, I think you've missed a huge hole in the problem that these tariffs have created. If all you're listening to is the big mega corporations who can move things around the world and have the resources to dodge these effects, you're not getting the straight story. I think in every one of our states, there are going to be small businesses that occupy a niche in which trade is an important factor and that are going to go bust because of these tariffs. And I urge you to look out for those businesses because I don't think they're getting their voices heard at all.
So, Senator, I've talked to you about this. I've talked to Senator Hassan about this and others. One thing I asked my team to do last week was to convene a meeting of I have I have a trade advisory council for small business. I've asked them to convene that meeting. I've connected with the Small Business Administration. They have an international trade desk there. I've talked to I have an office that also deals with small business because I do want to hear it. I think
Fairly
it's important that we
controlled
hear it because they don't
sell-off
have
for
the same
now,
voices in
but
Washington. I will say right
is,
now, Canada, Mexico, things coming from Canada and Mexico that comply with the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement come in duty-free. They continue to do so if they follow the rules. If they don't follow the rules and are trying to put in Chinese stuff, that's going to be tariffed. But if they follow the rules, they're going to be getting the duty-free treatment they're due.
Well, a small business that has gone broke is not very amenable to a meeting. They don't exist any longer.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. Good morning, Ambassador Greer. Thank you for being here. Before I start with a couple of additional questions about the impact of these tariffs, I want to associate myself with Senator Whitehouse's comments just now about the impact on our small businesses, particularly those who are critical parts of supply
nearing
chains
the bottom of the
for some
bot
of our
pets that
larger
came in.
corporations in the country.
Still bot
As you know,
calls to the upside,
Canada is our
52,
biggest trading
50,
partner too,
55.
and we are already seeing the impact of these tariffs with our small businesses, especially in our tourism industry, which is being decimated because Canadians are not coming down to New Hampshire the way they usually do. Let me ask you about a couple of other things. President Trump's tariffs have made almost
Are
everything
people going on
that
vacation in New
families
Hampshire?
buy,
What the fuck?
more expensive. The president imposed a 10% national sales tax on all imports into our country and an even higher sales tax on imports from more than 50 countries, including our allies.
It's a
like
French
Canada.
word.
This is the largest tax
How did you let
increase
them
in
win,
over
Jen?
half a century, and it's going to cost the average American family $3,800 a year.
They are
Their
both
morning cup of
acceptable
coffee will cost more,
pronunciations, but
so
one's
will new
wrong.
shoes for their kids, and so will fresh fruit. So my question to you, Ambassador, is how much revenue from the president's national sales tax will be used to give tax breaks to billionaires?
So, Senator, as you know, any kind of tariff revenue that comes in to the United States government, it goes to the Treasury, and Congress will decide what happens to that money. Obviously, the president wants to have a
They're
very
not
competitive
different
tax
words.
policy that's good for everybody. That was part of why he had such a successful economy in the first term, is he married trade action with good tax policy to have $7,000 an increase in real wages over that time.
Well,
That's what we're looking for.
let's be really clear. The president, besides the contradictions in the way he talks about the purpose of his tariffs, the president's made very clear that he sees tariffs as a way of increasing revenue. At the same time, he's working with the majority in Congress to give additional tax breaks to the wealthiest people in the country at the expense of working people who are going to be paying more for everyday goods, goods they absolutely have to pay, goods they were hoping were going to cost less, given the president's campaign promises. But of course, he isn't keeping to those campaign promises as prices continue to go up. Now, the president's national sales tax is increasing prices for families. It's also causing huge losses in Americans' retirement savings. Ambassador Greer, would the administration reverse course if the president's tariffs led to
almost back at
10%
40.
inflation?
Senator, the president is fixed in his purpose. This trade deficit and the offshoring and loss of manufacturing jobs is something that's persisted for too long, and it's dangerous.
I understand your justification for the policy, even though there are some very contradictory justifications coming out of the administration. But my question is, what's the inflation rate where you guys would reverse course? 10% inflation that I just asked you about, that is higher inflation than we saw at the peak of the COVID economic crisis. But you aren't going to say here today that you would reverse course even if you created inflation as high as we had at the peak of the COVID economic crisis.
I think the most serious inflation we saw was during the Biden administration. When we did tariffs in the first term, inflation went down. I just don't. It's not going to be a one-to-one. Inflation about how much money you're putting into the supply.
Well,
It's not about
let's just be
tariffs on
really
products.
clear that the Trump administration is here today to say that even if inflation hits Americans' pocketbooks at 10% because of these tariffs, then the Trump administration is still going to go charging ahead. So, Ambassador, would the administration reverse course if the president's tariffs caused a 50% stock market crash, which would hurt Americans' retirement savings even more than they've been hurt in the last 10 days or so?
Senator, the fundamentals of the economy are so strong. We had 228,000 jobs last month. We have 9,000 additional manufacturing jobs from the month before.
Your answer is even if the stock market crashes 50%, which is how much the stock market crashed in the Great Recession, you're not going to say here today that you would reverse course even if you crash the stock market and harm retirement savings as drastically as happened during the Great Recession in 2007.
Senator, your hypotheticals are not consistent with the history we have seen with the use of tariffs.
My hypotheticals are based on the fact that a lot of Americans are looking at their 401ks today and wondering how much of a lifestyle change they are going to have, or whether they're going to be able to retire when they plan to, because of the recklessness and haphazard nature of the Trump administration's imposition of tariffs. Nothing was thought out about this. This has been a haphazard, incompetent effort, and it's showing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cassidy.
Hi, Mr. Greer. Thank you for being here. When I speak to my rice people and my shrimp people back home, they say that the tariff barriers and the subsidies by other countries for those products are so much that it is putting some of our shrimpers and some of our rice people either out of business or in incredible financial binds. And so the fact that the president is attempting to address these as well as the non-tariff trade barriers is incredibly important.
Shrimp people, they're real.
But I also hear from my producers that the mean tariff being selected to apply to a country may not account that for rice, for example, the tariff is much higher for that particular product, and that it is not adequate to address that which is taking place. Any thoughts on that, and how can we have something more particular for products which are really over tariffed?
Yes.
Some profit taking on the pets there.
I appreciate that concern, and the tariff rate applied to many of these countries, again, was a countrywide rate. It wasn't product specific. My sense is if countries come to us and they expect to have some kind of a different plan, they will need to change these things, right? And they will have specific products, specific barriers that they would have to address, right? Or else, the president, again, he's fixed his purpose. He wants to see production back here. He wants to see our agriculture producers doing well. And these countries just have to have reciprocal trade with us. And that means taking care of the types of barriers and tariff rates you're talking about.
So it sounds like you, one of the things I think they want to know is that since shrimp might be a relatively small part of trades with some of these countries, that the interests of, for example, shrimp will not be sacrificed in part of a greater whole.
No, I think, and I saw a really interesting article today in the New York Times on shrimp. You may have seen that, where the tariffs have actually given a bit of a lifeline to these shrimpers. And I think that if there's going to be any kind of change to any of this, and I'm not going to prejudge that, we have to make sure that our industries are protected adequately, so we don't go backwards with the deficit.
Let me ask, in the President's America First trading policy, there's several sections relating to free trade agreements and how they will be evaluated. Senator Bennett and I are working on an America's Act, which would be a hemispheric trade policy, which would have several purposes. One, to strengthen those ties. Secondly, to keep the Chinese from making the incursions that they are absolutely making throughout the hemisphere. Some are calling the Caribbean a Chinese lake. And so this would allow us to push back upon that. Can you share anything regarding the analyses of the free trade agreements we have within our hemisphere, and then specifically on countries like Argentina,
I think
who would
it's
like an
just,
FTA
I think we netted
with
out
our
a lot
country?
of the positioning from yesterday is
Certainly,
high.
I would say that we are first and
And
foremost
then
focused on
we fell
addressing
on the
this
back of that
emergency
collapsing
and
a bit.
reciprocal tariff action and implementing
There's some
it
bot
appropriately.
pets here, but it's
with
not
respect to
super
relations in the
aggressive or
hemisphere,
anything yet.
Any kind of trade
And those
arrangements
extend down to about
with these trading partners, I think,
51.80
need to
right
be
now.
coupled with strong rules about
But
third
we're also
countries.
getting
What I
out of the
don't
money
want is a
bot calls,
situation
like
where these countries are
52.25
using
and decent
their export
size.
platforms to incorporate
So
content
I
and
can see
goods
us
from
swinging
China or
right
other
back
Asian
to the
countries where we have
upside
a real issue with our deficit and offshoring of manufacturing. I would expect any kind of changes to these arrangements to be accompanied by changes in rules of origin to ensure that the United States and U.S. workers are really benefiting from these agreements.
So nothing from an FTA in general, but the specific of where it's being used to circumvent the intent of the FTA is the concern of the administration.
Yes, that's certainly a huge concern. And again, the president wants to see factories back here. The most certain way to not have a tariff is to build your factory in the United States. If people want to use other countries and insist on that, then we want to make sure that they're not using that to arbitrage for higher tariff jurisdictions to use them as an unfair export platform.
Let me ask you this. Louisiana has some of the largest ports in the nation by tonnage. And all the commodities going from the Midwest flow through my state going out to the world. Earlier, USTR proposed imposing like $1 million for every vessel built in China. And I'm told that if the Koreans have a fleet of 50 and 5 of the ships are built in China, then the $1 million would apply to all 50, not just to the ships that are built in China. Now, that would clearly impact a ship coming to the United States to offload. If you will, impact my ports and the ability of our goods throughout the nation to move through the Mississippi. Is USTR going to hang by that or considering modifying that? Can you kind of give us any idea about that?
So to address the lack of shipbuilding in the United States, USTR's proposed actions are just those. They're proposed actions. They're a series of potential remedies that could be used to incentivize shipbuilding in the U.S. They're not all going to be implemented. They're not all going to be stacked. We've asked for a lot of input, and we've had a hearing on that. We've collected comments. We've reviewed it. I've met personally with certain stakeholders during that time period, and I think the president will look very carefully to make sure that we have the right amount of time and the right incentives to create shipbuilding here without impacting our commodity exports.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Getting some
Thank you, Mr.
5205
Chairman.
bot calls.
Ambassador, as USTR's Chief of Staff in the
25,
first Trump
170.
administration, you oversaw the negotiation of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada
Still bot
agreement, the
posts down to
USMCA,
80.
and the renegotiation of the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, the KORUS. President Trump signed both of these agreements. He called the USMCA a colossal victory, and KORUS a historic milestone. And yet, with President Trump's new blanket tariffs, he is ripping up these agreements with our allies that we negotiated with. Why would any country want to do business with us, much less negotiate a trade deal, if we don't even honor our ongoing agreements?
So, Senator, we are the consumer of last resort. These countries have to sell here. They have, many of them, especially in Asia, have built their entire economies around exporting to us. They're very dependent on it, and that's part of why we have this huge trade deficit. With USMCA, those parties continue to enjoy duty-free treatment for many of the products that continue to comply with the rules that were set out 5 years ago. There's a big concern, Senator, that we did not have adequate other protections to stop the flow, particularly of like autos into the United States.
But there was a process for you to renegotiate that agreement this year. We talked about that in my office. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And it wasn't to do these blanket tariffs, correct?
What we have to address is an emergency, Senator.
That's true. And you should be honest. At least as you sit here, as you were in my office, be intellectually honest. Now, let me just ask this, because this is also true.
You're put-weighted on an 8% bounce?
I so appreciate my Senator Langford asking this. Time matters. How long did it take to negotiate that agreement, the USMCA, that you were part of?
We did it at breakneck speed. We did it in about 2 years.
2 years. And now you're telling us you have nearly 50 countries coming to you, approaching you to enter in a negotiation. And you think that you can do that overnight?
India.
Man, you're pretty superhuman here, if that's the case. So let's be realistic.
Oh, on IWM?
That's all we're asking.
Who cares about
Common
IWM?
sense and realism here, Ambassador, as you sit here before us. And let me talk about something else that is really important for my state, and I think this entire country, because this administration is forgetting that we have $1 billion economy when it comes to tourism.
They're going to fill the
into
gap.
the United States.
Starting to.
People know Las Vegas. My state is Nevada. We rely on tourism to our state, and now we're seeing an impact because of these tariffs, not just from Canada, but I am hearing from so many that are in the tourism and kind of leisure industry. We are seeing impacts because now this $1 billion industry of international tourism is having an impact on our economy. And this is a service industry. Let me just say this. I'm kind of offended by your testimony today that says we must accept self-inflicted economic pain, and I quote you by saying, to become an economy based on producing real goods and services. What does that mean? What does that mean to my service industry and every service industry across this country that relies on tourism and travel? That is the backbone, really, of part of our $1 billion economy. What do I tell them? That they just have to suck it up? That they're not really part of this real services? That you have another idea for the jobs that they should engage in? What do I tell them?
Oh, Senator, of course those are real services. The whole,
So what are you doing about the impact
the whole,
what are you doing about the impact of international tourism and now these blanket tariffs having a negative impact? What are you doing to address that?
the whole sentence, Senator, said that we need to get away from government spending as funding our economy and financialization, and we need to move to real goods and services, including the tourism you're talking about.
So
It's
what are you doing
incredibly
to impact the
important.
negative impact of tourism right now?
Well, one thing I'll say is we can't have the status quo, right? I keep hearing that we should have, essentially what I'm hearing is we should have the status quo. We should keep the $1.2 trillion trade deficit that Biden left us with.
I'm asking you,
and I don't think that's adequate.
what are you doing in this administration to address now the impact that you're having with these blanket tariffs, not targeted tariffs, blanket tariffs, on international tourism that is a big impact to our economy? What are you doing to address that?
Well, Senator, as we're talking to all of these countries, we are talking about services. We are talking about making sure that, you know, we can export services to other countries. A lot of those that we export are, you know, we have
Well, let
digital
me say I only have
services,
so
all
much
kinds
time,
of
and
trades.
apparently
Doesn't
you're
even know.
not. So here's what I would like, because you haven't thought about this, and the administration hasn't really thought about it, because I haven't heard anybody talking about tourism. So why don't you come talk to me in my office, and let's talk about and put a plan together, because these blanket tariffs are having an impact on tourism in my state and across the country.
Senator,
So
I'm happy to
instead
come
of
talk
just
to you.
defending it, why don't you just come sit down with some of us and try to address the concerns that we are seeing and feeling in our states that this administration has not taken into account?
I'm happy to come speak with you. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Grassley.
Ambassador Greer, thank you for being
Still have room
here.
down to 80.
I've made very clear throughout my public service that I'm a free and fair trader. The Constitution gives Congress the authority to regulate interstate and foreign commerce. I believe that Congress delegated
Support
too much
somewhere in here.
authority to the President in Trade Expansion Acts of 1962 and Trade Act of 1974. That said, I support President Trump's agenda to lower tariffs and non-tariff barriers other countries impose on American goods. I support President Trump's agenda to get a better deal from China and other countries for our farmers and manufacturers. In fact, even back in 2003, I sent a letter to the Chinese Minister of Commerce at that time pointing out China's failure to live up to its WTO
VIX at 40.
obligations. And then I went further in 2018 when I was on Senator Daines' Codell. I told top Chinese leaders I made a mistake supporting China in the WTO. That's why during the first Trump administration, I was supportive President
Bot calls coming in at
agenda to get
170.
fair trade with China. At the time, I raised alarm bells when tariffs are used. We all know agriculture is usually the first place of retaliation. In response to Chinese retaliation to tariffs, the first
Maybe
Trump
like a small
administration
bounce
set up
here.
the market
Doesn't look good with
facilitation
vol going
program
up.
for farmers, which gave direct payments to farmers affected by the tariffs. This helped farmers weather the short-term impact of trade retaliation. But as you know, farmers still overwhelmingly want to get their money from the marketplace and not from a government check. So far in this administration, we've seen even more sweeping tariffs, with some countries already retaliating agriculture, including China. I have been very vocal in my wait and see approach to these tariffs because I believe President Trump and you, Mr. Ambassador, are using them to get fair trade for Americans with many countries. If that's not the case, level with me. So to help farmers in the meantime, instead of relying on payments from the government, I'm going to give a suggestion that you don't have much to do with, but the administration could move very quickly to increase RVOs on the renewable fuel standards so that farmers get more robust domestic markets for their crops. And one place to start would be where the Biden administration came up short with RVOs, only 3 1/10 billion over a 3-year period of time on biodiesel, to make that 5.3 as far as you can see into the future. That would very dramatically increase soybean prices. So my question to you is, in the medium to the long term, do you plan to turn these tariffs into trade deals to reduce tariffs and non-tariff barriers? I support that. On the other hand, if the purpose is to stall on negotiations in order to keep tariffs high,
More downs. We'll see what happens here. There's a bit of little bit
U.S.
of
Treasury, I oppose
not really
that.
support.
So
but
is
like,
this administration for trade reciprocity?
not a lot of
or
interest
for
right here, which could
Treasury
lead to some of the in-the-money puts capitulating.
Senator, thank you, and thank you for your years of service on the trade space, and you're one of the deans in this area. It's important to understand the sense of the emergency that we're facing and urgency with the need to reshore and do manufacturing here. It's incredibly important to the president. Yesterday, he stated very clearly that he is happy to engage in negotiations immediately with countries that believe that they can help us reduce our deficit and get rid of the non-tariff barriers and the tariffs that affect that. I think the answer, Senator, is it's going to be country by country. There are going to be some countries where they're not able to address their non-tariff barriers or their tariffs or the deficit fully, and there will be others who I think will be able to do that, and where the president will have the option of making a deal with them. So we're certainly seeking reciprocity. Now, if we have the tariff on a country, there's obviously going to be a revenue effect, but we need to reshore manufacturing, we need to get rid of our agricultural deficit, and we need to make sure that if countries are going to trade with us, it has to be on a reciprocal basis.
Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, good to see you. You and I have had many conversations about trade. I think my question this morning, though, starts with the consultation that Congress deserves on trade issues from the trade ambassador. And what did the Trump administration do to prepare us, to communicate with us, to tell us about findings as it relates to these emergency orders by the president?
Thank you, Senator. As you know, I find consultation requirements very important, and not just as a requirement, just a matter of good practice. Our staff, the USTR staff, in the past 2 months that we've been in office, have had over 200 formal engagements with staff on the Hill, obviously here in the Senate, also in the House. The day of the reciprocal trade announcement, we had our staff also up here briefing your staff. And we also had the president issue very publicly his America First trade policy memorandum, which specifically said that he was going to look into the trade deficit and the possibilities of tariffs.
So
they announced already that they're doing the 50% tariff on China tomorrow.
We have people's 401 in panic. We have retail organizations like the Retail Industry, National Retail Federation, American Apparel Industry, Outdoor Association, Consumer Technology, Computer Communications Industry, Main Street Alliance, Small Business Majority, all anxious, asking us to do something, and you're saying, well, some people have passed some notes to staff. What the requirement is, and this is where I believe the president has misconstructed and actually exploited this authority, is not communicated to us, nor these interest groups that are now panicked over the effect of tariffs. So I would say that the skill set of a USTR office or even a Treasury Secretary could have opened these conversations with these countries without the tariffs and saved a lot of people a lot of pain and anguish. I worry that this trust issue, because I have a different worldview, that we should be building alliances as a way to counter China, that the alliance building process now will become harder, And people are going to wonder, well, is the United States going to pull another fast one again and just wreak havoc, when in reality, countering China with a tech NATO or something like that is a more powerful tool. Do you have a comment about that?
I do, and I think we do need to be thoughtful about this. I think what we can't do is wait. We have had many times in past decades when we have had real robust trade disputes with our partners. Japan in the 80s and early 90s over cars, semiconductors, and they ended reshoring a lot of those factories here. And it didn't make us less of a security partner to Japan. I think we can have these conversations like friends do. And that's what the president said yesterday. He said, listen, China's trying to retaliate. They're taking a different path. But for others who want to have meetings,
I want to reclaim my time
negotiate.
for a second, because I only have 5 minutes, and you have lots of time to answer lots of questions from members. But you can see all my colleagues, we are thoughtful people with specific issues about our constituencies. I just met with raspberry growers. They're concerned. They want to know if they're going to get some seat on a council so they can have their issues heard. I'm for trade. I represent trade. I represent a trade economy. I represent the success of what innovation and trade get you. But you're coming here this morning with this not only tanking of the market and 401s, now you're coming here telling me that tariff is the tool. And I'm telling you innovation is the tool. You're telling us in your testimony you want a tariff on semiconductors. I'm saying that the last administration and this organization here passed the Chips and Science Act so we could reshore semiconductors here in the United States. So you're not going to win the innovation economy by tariffing semiconductors and reshoring that. I don't know what you think. I'm not trying to get the semiconductor. I want to lead on next generation semiconductor manufacturing, because I'm pretty sure I'm sitting next to the Intel ranking member here who's going to tell me if we don't lead on semiconductor manufacturing
NASCAR
and
badge on him
semiconductor
like
next
that.
generation
Rude.
technology, then we're not going to be leading in defense or
I didn't
in
know
AI
Intel
or
had
in
their own
anything.
representative.
So I want to innovate my way to that future, and I want to
What a
use
great
the
country.
alliance power of different countries to force
Why don't we
China
just sell
and
the
other people
corporations'
to
votes
follow
instead of
us,
paying taxes?
instead of this berating of the American consumer who has to pay the price for this policy.
Senator,
Mr. Chairman.
TSMC has announced a new announcement where they're going to have more investment here in the United States so they can make those things here and have that innovation.
Thank you, the people who voted for the Chips and Science Act in the past administration. Thank you for that. We are going to lead on innovation despite this administration.
Senator Warner.
Well, Ambassador Greer, it's good to see you. And let me, first of all, completely agree with Senator Cantwell. I mean, I just don't get it. The fact on semiconductors, why you gave a small exemption, you didn't exempt GPUs, you didn't exempt lithography equipment, you put a huge hit on Taiwan, where we need collaboration with the TSMC. I'm baffled. I mean, you're gonna hear from me what I'm sure you're hearing from most of us, incredulous about, I think, probably the worst economic policies that I've seen in my lifetime. And the data reflects that. A global tariff of 10 to 50%, on almost every worldwide country. Although, I will note from my Republican colleagues, you'll be probably glad to know that Russia didn't get a tariff increase. I believe that when all these global tariffs go into effect, I think most of them as of midnight tonight, tariff rate will be approximately 23%, highest since 1909. I believe that'll translate into the largest tax increase since 1968. We've seen the numbers of about $4,000 per family cost. Since Inauguration Day, more than $11 trillion has vanished from the market. And I will acknowledge that we got a little blip today, but I just talked to one of the senior folks in Wall Street, and he described today's market as a good day in hospice. I wouldn't use his name because, there are no good days in hospice, but that's kind of how I feel. And again, I know you guys are supposed to know more than all of Wall Street, but when every firm says, we're going to see increased chance of recession, and I've met you, Ambassador Greer, I think you're a smart guy, but I don't think just because this is the way Donald Trump wants the world to be for the last 40 years that he can simply will it into happening. In my state, the Port of Virginia accounts for $124 billion in trade. That amounts to about 500,000 jobs. Those are all up for grabs now. We got 800,000 small businesses in Virginia. These tariffs are going to wallop them. I had last week a guy in from a local brewery in Alexandria. The owner's name is Bill. He's got a triple whammy. He gets his Pilsner from Canada. He gets his bottle caps from Mexico. He gets his kegs from Germany. So already, even in advance of these all kicking in at midnight tonight, he's laid off 10% of his staff. Even if the president flips on all this, he's not bringing folks back. I mean, candidly, I had another guy in from who makes bourbon and sells a lot to Canada. He thinks it'll be a cold day in hell before the Canadians start buying American bourbon again, simply because our trust relationship has been broken. So I guess the first question I want to give, I'm trying to figure out what would be a question that maybe folks haven't asked. Let me ask you on this one. Australia is one of our strongest allies. We have the AUKUS relationship, which is key to their national security. It's key to our industrial base, so we can continue to build subs. Terribly important. Interesting thing with Australia is we have a free trade agreement with Australia. We don't have tariffs. We even have one of the few industrial countries, we have a trade surplus with Australia. So Ambassador Gherkin, can you explain to me how it helps America's national security or our trading balance when we have, and I loved your fancy Greek formula, which was basically bad math on steroids formula, how with the trade surplus, with this strong relationship, Australia got hit with a 10% tariff as well?
Senator, Australia has the lowest rate available under the new program. They ban, imports of American beef and pork.
Ambassador, excuse me. There is a trade, we already have a free trade agreement. We have a trade surplus. So getting the least bad, why did they get whacked in the first place?
We're addressing the $1.2 trillion deficit, the largest in human history that President Biden left us with. We should be running up the score in Australia.
Ambassador Greer, answer the question on Australia. We have a trade surplus with Australia. We have a free trade agreement. Why? They are an incredibly important national security partner. Why were they whacked with a tariff?
Senator, despite the agreement, they ban our beef, they ban our pork, they're getting ready to impose measures on our digital companies.
With your Greek letter formula, the fact that we have a trade surplus.
We have a global tariff on everyone. We're trying to address the $1.2 trillion deficit that Biden left us with.
I think that answer, sir, you're a much smarter person than that answer. The idea that we are going to whack friend and foe alike, and particularly friends, with this level is both, I think, insulting to the Australians, undermines our national security, and frankly makes us not a good partner going forward. The lack of trust from friends and allies based upon this ridiculous policy that goes into full effect at midnight tonight is extraordinary. I'll go back to what the market believers believe today is happening. A good day in hospice. I'm afraid if we keep these tariffs in effect, we're looking like an economy that will be in hospice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ambassador Greer, welcome to Capitol Hill. I share the President's determination to end these unfair trade practices, whether they are tariffs or non-tariff barriers. I hope we can avoid an all-out trade war. A trade war will mean higher prices for the American consumer, because I think we could do a little thought exercise at the moment. Who pays these high tariffs? In the short, medium term, it will be the consumer. It will be the consumer. And so I'm worried about the inflationary effect. I'm worried if there is a trade war, that we're going to have markets shutting down for American farmers, ranchers, and manufacturers. I'll give you an example of that here in a moment. But I'm encouraged because the President's announcement has gotten the attention of a lot of countries. I was encouraged to see Kevin Hassett this morning talking about negotiations occurring, looking at President Trump's latest posts on Truth Social, the fact that we've got Koreans now coming to the United States, literally dispatched to engage with us to lower these barriers, tariff and non-tariff, the Japanese, and some 70 countries now that want to come and work and address the issues of the barriers for American companies, American producers doing businesses in their countries with 95% of the world's consumers outside the United States. Critically important. So this is very encouraging. I think that's in part why we're seeing the rebound today in the equity markets, because there's hope that these tariffs are a means and not solely an end. And if that's the case, I think we're on a really good path with this kind of tough position we're taking to actually solve some of these problems in barriers in trade that have been lingering for decades. And President Trump is taking bold leadership to address it, and I'm hoping for a good outcome. My hope this is a sign of things to come, that these countries will offer major concessions and make historic trade deals with President Trump. Ambassador Greer, I encourage the administration, encourage you to use this opportunity to secure
Worst
better
projected
terms
case is
with
3.5%
our
bump in
partners, with
inflation.
our
Wrong.
allies,
Still doesn't get us to
protect
peak COVID
and
inflation
grow American
levels.
jobs,
The worst projected
grow
cases are
access for
between 6 and
American
9%
farmers, our ranchers, our
inflation.
manufacturers,
The
and American
median
families.
is 4.7%.
3 weeks ago, I was in Hanoi.
Where the fuck are you getting your
and met
numbers
with
from?
General Party Secretary Dolam, the highest ranking
Don't just
official
make
in
shit up
Vietnam.
about that.
And then I went to Beijing and met with
What?
high-ranking
Fucking every
Chinese
bank has
officials,
released a
including
report
the
on
Premier
this.
Li Cheng. I carried President Trump's America First message directly to these leaders. I spoke with Premier Li Cheng and demanded that China stop the flow of the fentanyl precursors into Mexico, the United States, and Canada. I raised concerns about developments related to the expiration of
I
registrations
think
for beef
Barclays was on the
processing
low end at 3.7.
plants here in the United States, and some non-science-based barriers which has impacted Montana and U.S. beef exports. I want to remind you that in 2017, I went to China. I carried some steaks from a Montana rancher, Fred Wacker of Miles City, Montana. We met with the premier. In fact, I had one of your
I don't care what the
predecessors,
AI
Rob
overview
Portman,
says.
then the senator from Ohio and a former USTR with me. I had
I've
Senator
read
Barrasso
every
with me, Senator
major
Kennedy with
GSIBs
me.
report on it.
And as a result of that meeting, 30 days later, they lifted a 14-year ban on U.S. beef imports into China. Let me talk about what that has meant so far. This is the largest beef export market in the world, is now China. For U.S. producers of beef, in 2021, we shipped $1.6 billion of beef. Keep in mind, the 2017 number was $31 million. It was $2.1 billion in 22, $1.6 billion in 23, $1.6 billion in 24. But here's the concern. That's been shut off now in the last 3 weeks. March exports of beef to China, U.S. beef, declined 92%. So the valve is shut right now for U.S. beef producers. My question is, what can we do to hold China's commitment to U.S. beef and other ag imports, which are so critical right now for U.S. producers?
Thank you, Senator, and you've always been a leader on this, and I appreciate that. China, of course, needs to.
I don't think it was on
take down
top of
their
the
barriers. It's been a
prior
persistent
COVID
challenge
level.
with them, and they like to use
It
economic
was
coercion.
the
and they
median
have
was
their
like
own,
4.7
method of doing things.
from
But
on
my
top
hope
of
would be
current core,
is that they turn back
which
on
is
this
what, like
course of action.
3.2.
President Trump is focused on making sure we have the right program in place, that we're dealing with partners who are going to be respectful and achieve reciprocity with us. And I think a lot of this is going to be up to the Chinese on how forward-leaning they want to be on having fair trade with us. I'm very sensitive to this issue.
Hey,
in particular,
Poopy.
and I want to make sure we open up beef markets.
What's
other
going to
places
happen when
too,
the
so we
Fed
don't
has to
be
hike
dependent
rates?
on just one market.
Yeah, well, Ambassador Greer, I'm encouraged by the negotiations that are going on as we speak with Japan, with Korea, with some 70 countries who want to now reduce their tariff and non-tariff barriers. This could be absolutely a monumental moment in trade for the United States, and Godspeed.
Thank my colleague. Next is Senator Young.
They said all the same shit about Smoot Hawley.
Good to have you here, Ambassador Greer. And
100 years ago.
Let me just begin by
were fucking wrong
commending you.
then, too.
You've been very accessible as we've tried to get some clarity on exactly trade policy and where we're headed and how we expect counterparties to move and all the rest. You returned my phone call immediately, and your team's been in touch with mine. And
Getting some
so
bot
just,
calls
that
to the
speaks
upside,
very well
not
of you
in
and
large
the Trump
numbers, but
administration.
some.
Because this is
Some
this is
profit
creating
taking
some
on the puts
anxiety,
that drove us
this,
down.
current tariff posture among some of my constituents. On balance, I would say most of my constituents are supportive, and they recognize that some turbulence might be required in order to end up in a better spot and reset trade relations.
5,200 seems reasonable.
I think one of the things
There's some bot
I'm
calls out
hearing
at
from
25.
constituents back home is that
I think Gamma
trade
flips at
retaliation
52,
doesn't
so if we break
fall
that,
on
it's
everyone
obviously
either.
significant.
It has a different impact on a New York tech firm than it might have on a Hoosier soybean farmer, and I hope that's something that's being factored into your analysis as you think about how foreign countermeasures could impact the American economy generally, and then in terms of particular sectors and parts of the country. So unpacking those trade-offs for the American people, I think is going to be very important moving forward. In Indiana, rural communities and export-driven manufacturers oftentimes feel the consequences, and they feel the consequences first. So, Ambassador Greer, is USTR actively mapping out which sectors and regions are going to bear the brunt of certain retaliatory measures and thinking about contingency plans?
So, Senator, thank you for your concern. And I know this is something that we all watch. I watch it very closely. The president watches it. Whenever there's any kind of announcement of proposed retaliation, we look at it very closely. We look at the tariff lines. We look at what might get hit. The good news so far is that most countries have said they're not going to retaliate on this and that they would like to seek to talk to us first, find out more about the program, what they can do to meet our goals.
The tariffs will be in effect. I mean, first of all, even if they're unconstitutional, the president's
what most countries have chosen
the president's
to do.
still going to get away with
My
keeping
sense
them in
is
place
that if there are
for
some
3
countries
to
that choose
6
to
months
retaliate regardless
before they're
of our
overturned
need,
by Congress.
to address this emergency. Our
No,
hope
don't
and
get me wrong.
expectation
I
is
agree that
countries
he
will
is
do what they've
burning his
said, which is
base
bring down their
hard.
tariffs and non-tariff barriers to provide better markets and alternative locations.
Well, as I communicate some of the impacts in my state to your office, and as I know you and your team review this, I hope you will you'll keep those considerations in mind as you develop your negotiating priorities.
Yes, we certainly will, and look forward to continued collaboration with you.
You know, in other areas of federal policy,
technically,
we have clear metrics.
Technically, the
criteria to
violation
measure
could be a
success.
cause for
We do it
impeachment, but
in
I think that
social
seems
policy.
drastic
We do it with
to
respect
expect
education
Republicans
policies, test
to
scores.
shift
We
hard
do it
enough to
in
push for
defense
impeachment.
policy. We try and measure readiness and through various metrics. But in trade policy, especially tariffs, we seem to lack a clear set of metrics and a feedback loop. Does USTR have a formal process to evaluate whether these tariffs are actually achieving their goals, whether that's reshoring or market access or reciprocity, some metrics associated with that? I'll let you speak to that, sir.
Senator, as we've stated, the underlying basis for this action is the national emergency arising from the trade deficit. President Biden left us with a historically high $1.2 trillion trade deficit, which we understand and know to be driven, at least in large part, by non-reciprocity. And so when we're looking at whether that emergency is abating or being affected, is we're looking at outcomes. Certainly, if other countries are bringing down their tariffs and their non-tariff barriers, that's a good indicator. That's the right direction. We also want to make sure that the trade deficit is going in the right direction. And that means two things. It means we have better access and we can export more to these other markets, but it also means that they're not using us as a dumping ground for their overproduction or their subsidized products. And so it goes both ways. And so it's a country by country analysis. We're looking at it case by case. They come in and talk to us on a country-specific basis where we can articulate to them what their trade barriers are, right? I've got this big book with all the trade barriers, what their non-reciprocal tariff rates are, and what we
They already
expect in terms
updated
of
on the
fair
Chinese tariff.
Well, thank you. I'm already over time.
That's when we
It's
started
amazing,
dropping.
how quickly we go through this, which is why I really appreciate that direct line to you and your team. I should also mention that we heard from Secretary Bessent to discuss tariffs.
He
the
said
other
it
day
at
as well.
10:30. He said
We'll be in touch. We want to work with you on critical
China's not
minerals
indicated
policy,
that it
on
wants to
digital
work
trade
towards
policy,
reciprocity,
and many
and that
other
was at
areas that
10:30.
I know are your priorities as well, and President Trump's priorities. And thank you for your
And
ongoing
higher
efforts to
reciprocal
bring more
tariffs will go
clarity
into effect
to the
tomorrow.
markets and to our businesses and farmers so that we know exactly what lies ahead. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Mr. Ambassador, welcome. So you're hearing a fair amount of agreement from the Finance Committee here. First of all, I think there's agreement that we recognize that America's been very generous in opening up our markets.
Doing long FXI?
Of us.
Is that
We don't
the
have fair trade?
China large cap?
I think you're also hearing that our constituents rely on trade, and they're going to be harmed by it. So I handed you 10 case studies, and by the way, for the 10 that were willing to go public, probably got another 50 that were concerned if they went public that they may not get the exclusions. Now, I'm somewhat disappointed to hear that exclusions of some of these things are being ruled out at this point in time. They're very specific situations that I think you ought to consider exclusions for, because I don't often agree with the members on the other side of the aisle, but
this
in
is
many
kind
cases
of
here
where the
today,
bot
particularly when
calls
they're expressing
fall
concern
off.
about small businesses in their states, I'm hoping you're very, and I hope you and the president are very sensitive about companies potentially going
So
bankrupt.
this could get
by
rejected
these
here
actions.
at the
Again,
5200 test.
we want fair trade, but I hope you recognize, tariffs are double-edged sword. I would argue a somewhat blunt instrument. A question I have for you, there's no doubt that we have offshored
The
some
EU is
very
expected to announce
crucial
retaliatory tariffs tomorrow.
pharmaceuticals, high-end semiconductors, rare earth minerals. Do you have a list of what those products are that we must, in some way, shape, or form, reshore?
Thank you, Senator, and I appreciate the communication we've had, and I've received your letters, and we'll take a close look at those to make sure we're incorporating feedback as we develop the policy. You'll note in the action we took last week, there were certain sectors that we excluded from the tariff action because we think they need their own investigation and consideration, whether it comes to tariffs or other actions. This includes semiconductors, it includes pharmaceuticals.
It's not entirely
like you're
true.
talking
The
about,
judicial can
certain metals
deputize
like copper and also critical
and
minerals.
enforce
These are areas
themselves.
where we have to reshore.
Not
We
ideal,
need to-
but it's
We need to be
possible.
able to think about the best way to incentivize this. There are things we can do as the executive branch, and there are things that Congress can do, and especially with the tax bill coming up. I think these are the kinds of things where we need to
So
create the right
you're not
incentives.
using tariffs with pharmaceuticals and semiconductors or rare earth minerals?
So right now, they're not subject to a tariff.
Because you want them brought in here because you know they're crucial. There are other products that are also crucial that you are applying tariffs to.
So we are doing investigations right now, and we're considering, with respect to pharmaceuticals and semiconductors, the president's been very clear about this. He said it several times, because tariffs are a tool that can be used to create incentives. What we can't have is the status quo. The status quo has not worked.
Do you believe a trade deficit is just per se always bad?
I think the situation, what we have, Senator, is a large and persistent trade deficit. In normal economic structures and normal markets, you would have a deficit one year that's, or a surplus one year. But what we have is a structural, persistent and growing deficit.
And as a result, offshore some crucial
Yes,
products.
that's a big part of it. Yes,
but
sir.
do you want to onshore, for example, very high labor content products when, by the way, we're pretty low unemployment rate? I mean, when I went to college, 5% was full employment. We're at 4.2. I've been in manufacturing since, late 70s. You couldn't hire enough people in manufacturing back then. Situations even got worse. So I would argue that I'm far more concerned about our budget deficit of $2 trillion. And I realize the trade deficit, we have problems with that. But I think a bigger problem is we don't have enough workers. So are you factoring that into your calculation in terms of what you're actually trying to accomplish here? I mean, all for bringing back these crucial products so that we don't have national security issues with the things that we can't manufacture. But again, I don't want to bring back high labor content. Now I want to diversify our supply chain. It's bad to have that all in China, as we saw certainly with PPE, but a diversified supply chain around the world, because I think trade is a win-win situation. It should be. What are your comments on that?
So I think when it comes to workers, so first of all, we have about 2 million discouraged workers, right? And these are folks who should come off the sidelines for sure. I think the factories that are being built and will be built in the United States will leverage both automation and workers, right? I don't think we're going to have lots of, it's not the kind of labor that's done in some of these other countries. I think our folks are innovative, and the newest factories use a lot of automation, but also workers and people who make the products that the industrial robots that contribute to that automation. But I mean, I think we need to be in a situation where we have production here, right? We need to think not just in terms of quarterly earnings, but in the next century, and how do we set up the American economy now? How do we deal with the emergency now to make sure we can produce far into the future?
Again, I would ask that these case studies be entered in the record, and I just really ask you and the President focus on the products we actually need, as opposed to using this broad instrument. There's going to be an awful lot of collateral damage. People are already feeling that pain, so I hope you're sensitive to that.
Without objection, and Senator Tillis is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, thank you for being here. Back in the 90s, I was in management consulting, and there was a new platform that came out that promised to transform the business industry, ERP. Some of the early attempts at implementing the system proposed an a la prima approach. Let's do it all at once. Let's change the plumbing out. Let's get it all in, get it done, rip the Band-Aid off. It proved to be hugely unsuccessful. There were a lot of very visible projects, and the industry decided there needed to be a methodical sort of prioritization of what parts of the business needed to perform better sooner, and how do you layer onto that a comprehensive strategy. It looks like we've got a novel approach here in terms of an a la prima approach. I'm not a trade expert, and I'm not going to question it at this point. I do have a question about, at the end of the day, the other thing in management consulting we like to focus on is this concept of one throat to choke. In other words, when you're finally taking a look at a strategy, someone has to own it, and you can't say that it's the president or the vice president. So my first question to you, in this scenario, the decision maker who decided the a la prima approach, who has obviously had to have spent time anticipating what we saw in the markets and some of the pushback, I'm assuming this all got gamed out because it's a novel approach, it needed to be thought out. Whose throat do I get to choke if this proves to be wrong?
Well, Senator, you can certainly always talk to me, but
are you at the tip of the spear?
Well, I'm at the tip of the spear for certainly.
Did you propose the a la prima approach?
So first of all, I would push back, Senator, just a little bit on this. For now, we've excluded pharmaceuticals and semiconductors to take a different kind of approach.
So let's make it
and we've excluded
question.
USMCA
Section
content.
232 and 301, we know particularly Section 232 is still on aluminum. Section 301 is Chinese imports, where there's no other provider. I overheard you say that maybe, or I thought I heard you say in response
When you make
to
the
another
assumption that
question,
tariffs like
that
they
for the
get
near
pulled back
term
at
there
the
won't be
most,
any
what the
exclusions. Is
executive
that
branch
true
has legal
of
ability
China,
to do,
where
capped
they
at
have said
50%.
the
The inflation
US
assumption of
is
0.5 to
unilaterally bullying
4%
and
is
completely
likely.
groundless, and they're going to fight to the end. Are the 232 and 301
That also depends on
tariffs,
retaliatory
exclusions
tariffs
on the shelves until we get to a reasonable agreement with China? I'm just trying to answer a question that I have several people in North Carolina asking.
So the president, again, is the final decision maker on all of these things, and he has directed that there not be exclusions or
There will
exemptions.
not be any exclusions on steel, aluminum, or any products that are only manufactured in China for the foreseeable future until
So
China
go right back
determines what the
to
end is, because they said they're going to fight to the end. Again, I'm just
51.75
trying to
here
communicate
Yes,
on
questions
this
that I've
rejection.
asked, so there will
Policy,
be
sir.
no exclusions.
Yes.
I won't waste your time asking for them. That's the main reason I wanted to ask the question. So again, I'm just trying to get my head around the logic of an alla prima approach, and I'm waiting to be, I'm waiting to see it be successful. But it just seems like we've decided to begin a trade war on all fronts. And that's okay if the person who thought this through has an answer for why you go after partners that we have a very long storied relationship with. Maybe we give some developing countries.
The value of the dollar would be hurt internationally, but that would probably be offset by the increase in inflation.
The Chinese investment. So it just seems like I'm getting my head.
There's too many moving
approach.
pieces to say what inflation is going to hit.
I
mean, even the bank estimates have all taken into account the fact that, you know, that is purely an estimate based on just the U.S. side of these tariffs.
If you don't on the decision, I'm just trying to figure out whose throat.
And that's all of those research reports prior to what is likely going to be a 50% increase in tariffs towards China tomorrow.
But here's what I'm really worried. I'm not going to ask any more questions.
It's the trade war that begets the higher inflation, not the initial outlay of 15% tariffs.
We talk about people having patience. We need to understand that the founding fathers made damn sure that patience was never more than about 14 months, really.
So is inflation,
really. We need to do to know what the political environment is.
Look at the spike in inflation due to the announcement that tariffs would be implemented.
So in your mind, do you believe that over the course of the next 14 months, we're going to have a level of certainty?
If we do both of those things, we'll be broke.
The trailer park that I grew up
then
in,
we really will go
the
bankrupt.
brunt of some of these short-term cost increases, maybe some job displacement for a period of time. How are they going to be feeling Groundhog Day 2027 or 2026? Do we feel like the majority of this will be resolved and I'll be able to thank whoever thought that the alla prima approach was a good idea? Because that's about the timeline we've got to work with.
Well, Senator, these people who voted for the president, is the same situation I grew up in, you know that.
I agree, but let me just finish here because I don't want to get in the way of my colleagues. Yes. I'll be 65 in August. Every day, 11,400 people celebrate their 65th birthday. That's 4 million a year. So there, let's say from 60 to 65, people are looking at their 401k statements. They did vote for President Trump. They voted for me. I hope that they will again in both cases. Well, maybe not the president, but I intend to run for re-election. I'm just trying to figure out if they're going to feel good about this, because a long-term play in American politics and a long-term play in American policy, public policy formation, is about 12 months from the beginning of an administration. I wish you well, but I am skeptical. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Senator Crapo, and welcome, Ambassador Greer. So it seems to me that President Trump has started a big
lower
trade
low,
war.
looks like.
And the war is with everyone.
Seems like we
on
could push down to
fronts,
50 on this one.
allies as well as adversaries.
Maybe lower.
I think this is a little bit of what Senator Tillis
Starting
was
to get
getting
bot
at.
puts down to 45.
Really indiscriminate and chaotic.
Some coming in like
we're still just
135,
in the early days
130,
of this.
125.
And I just need to tell you that Minnesotans are freaked out. Farmers who are experiencing, you and I have talked about this, one of the worst farm economies in the last 25 years are looking at lower prices and higher input costs. Minnesotans who work on the Iron Range, which is the source of 80% of the iron ore that goes into American-made steel, they want fair trade. They want us to stand up to illegal steel dumping, but like 500 of them have been laid off because the demand for American cars has been slumping. I mean, I could go on in every sector. Consumers are freaked out. This looks like a giant sales tax to them. Retirement stock market plummeting, and it's very hard for people to understand what is going on here. So what I want to do is to get an understanding from you of what you see as the goals of this war that we're in, because at various times it's been described as goals to raise revenue, to stop fentanyl trafficking, close trade deficits. So is the goal here to raise revenue for the federal treasury?
Senator, this is not a trade war. We have, most countries have said they're not going to retaliate. We have an underlying emergency. The goal of this, of the trade deficit, where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit, and the goal is to address that and the offshoring that led to that and the non-reciprocal treatment that led to that. That's the goal. Certainly, there's a tariff revenue effect. If the countries do not do this, then they will be subject to the tariff, and we'll have a tariff on foreign goods instead of American-made goods.
So, okay, so if the goal is to close trade deficits, then that would mean that the tariffs are a negotiating tool here. Is that right? Is that how you see it?
So the
Or are you
tariff.
trying to use them to?
Well, it can go both ways, Senator. So on the first, we've talked a lot about negotiations because a lot of these countries, they have closed off markets to our exports in unfair ways. They've done it for decades, and nothing has persuaded them. Sitting down, talking nicely hasn't persuaded them.
But if you were trying to, so I'm all for fair trade, and I'm all for the idea that if somebody is not trading fairly with us, if they're not giving us fair markets, then we need to have a strategy to go after that. But yet this is a blanket approach. It's an across-the-board approach, which is going to contribute to raising costs, and that's why it just feels, I think, so chaotic to people.
Well, the trade deficit is a global issue. So you can't if you're trying to get the trade deficit, you can't just pick one or two countries and say, we're going to do this and become Swiss cheese. Like that would not be coherent. What's coherent has a global approach to what's a global issue, to take these countries country by country, figure out how we can address our trade deficit with them. And
the trade deficit, by the way, just so people know,
and that's the right approach, and that's what's happening.
At the end of Trump's term,
Senator Warner was pointing
in
out,
2020, it was $681 billion.
I guess it's a floor, you could call it, a 10% tariff, even with countries where we have a trade surplus. And by the way, this formula that the administration used to assign this so-called reciprocal tariff it just seems so arbitrary. I mean, where did that formula come from?
The only support here seems to be about 70,
straightforward,
and I wouldn't really call it
from White House
support.
economists, and they
This is kind of hard level to drop through.
Trade deficit is a good approximation of the net effect of the unfairness, of the higher tariff rates, the higher trade barriers, the unfair trade practices, the dumping, the subsidies, all of that, and that's how you can capture that.
Well, so would you adapt that because it's based on 1 year, and of course, trade surpluses, deficits can vary quite a bit from year to year. Would your plan be to change it if you get new yearly data? And then that would suggest, I guess, that the tariffs would be in place for a long time.
Well, we need to assess. Again, I think it becomes country by country. We have the baseline 10% to make sure there's no arbitraging of different jurisdictions. And all these countries that are subject to the highest rates, most of them have already come to talk to us about how to get it down. We have to take this step by step. We have to take it country by country to address these issues. The status quo just won't work anymore, and we can't do it piecemeal.
I'm not arguing for the status quo, Ambassador. I'm not arguing for the status quo, but I am questioning the rationality of this policy that it's so chaotic, and it seems so arbitrary. And it seems so internally inconsistent because, for example, if your goal is to onshore manufacturing, something that I think many of us on this side of the dais believe strongly that we need to be making things in this country again, but then that would suggest that these tariffs need to be in place for a very long time because what capital wants is consistency and stability and predictability. Yet at the same time, the administration seems to be arguing that we would be, waiving some of these tariffs if we could somehow magically negotiate, 50 new trade agreements with 50 different countries. I know my time is up here. I wanted to ask you a question about trade adjustment assistance, which I will follow up as a question for the record. Again, I think that my constituents are freaking out here, and I understand why. Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing. Now, Mr. Greer, it's been less than a week since President Trump started this, what I'll describe as a reckless tariff war. It certainly feels that way. Families are seeing higher costs.
in 2 trades, in 2 days and 8 trades. I want to gargle the left nut of the nerds that built Gamma Strike.
35 years.
Thanks, Carl.
Do you believe that there's currently higher costs a week after the president put these tariffs into place?
Senator, we haven't yet seen how those costs are going to be allocated between the foreign producers and their importers here. We haven't seen the data on that yet.
Do you believe businesses
Could
are
Bulls
hurting
still
a
get
week after President Trump
5310?
put these tariffs into place?
Not with Chinese tariffs coming in tomorrow.
I've heard from a lot of
Probably
businesses.
not.
Some of them are excited about the prospects. Some are concerned because they're import dependent instead of U.S. product dependent. So I know there are varying views on this.
Let me ask this question, because this one's based completely on fact, on something I think you look at every day. You probably have some of these numbers in your phone that I'm guessing might be in your pocket. Have we seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years?
We've certainly seen volatility.
Have we seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years?
I think, and Senator Warner
yes.
talked about
We'll move
this.
on. If you don't want
Well, I know everyone's concerned about Wall Street, and I'm just concerned about Main Street and getting these jobs back,
Okay, let's talk
sir.
about Main Street, Mr. Greer. Last time you were here, I asked if President Trump's trade war would hurt New Mexico businesses and families. You dodged my question. You told me, quote, I can't guarantee economic outcomes. When I pressed you, you told me that you want me to, quote, you asked me to, quote, hear from me on what the impacts of these tariffs are. Well, Mr. Greer, I'm here to tell you today New Mexicans are hurting. I understand why you would not guarantee that New Mexicans wouldn't be hurt, because you probably knew what I thought then that we now see today, that this is hurting people back home. Now, I want to ask you the same question again. Yes or no, will President Trump's tariffs harm New Mexican businesses and families?
Senator, I just don't think they will. Right now, you have duty-free trade with Canada and Mexico, where they comply with the rules, where they have U.S., Mexican, and American content. I mean, this is designed, and I would hope that being a border state, this is something that you find valuable, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to incentivize production in the United States. We want North America to be competitive, and this is. We can't have the status quo. We have to have a situation where we have manufacturing here, where we have foreign market access for our producers, and we want New Mexico families and companies and communities to prosper.
Mr. Greer, do you agree with President Trump that families are going to have to feel a little pain?
I'm not going to speak for the president.
I didn't ask for you to speak for him. I know none of you have the courage to stand up to him. What I'm asking you, Mr. Greer, is do you agree with what the president said about these tariffs, in that people are going to have to feel a little pain? That's my question.
If we have companies that feel pain because they're adjusting their supply chains, have more American product made by American workers, that's an adjustment we have to make to prepare for the future. We can't keep doing the same thing we always did. And if companies are having trouble adjusting their supply chains, which I'm very sensitive to, this is something that we have to deal with. We can't do nothing for 4 years like we saw under Biden, where there was just nothing going on trade.
Let me ask the question a little differently. Yes or no? Do you agree with President Trump when he said families are going to have to feel a little pain?
Of course, I agree with the president.
Thank you very much.
But I expect that the jobs we see for manufacturing is going to far outweigh anything.
I'm short on time, sir. So
Yes,
look,
sir.
economists are predicting that Trump's trade war is going to cost American families about $4,000 per year. I disagree with your assessment now, and agreeing with Donald Trump that families should feel pain. When I asked you about the economic impact of families back home, you said, no, they're going to do great. Things are going to be wonderful. New Mexico should be appreciative of all these things. I guess pain is the kind of relief that you believe that families should be going through. I mean, it is what it is. As I've been saying to my colleagues here, I understand the outcome of this last election. Donald Trump is now the president of the United States. He won the election. My Republican colleagues in the Senate won the election. They control the votes in this chamber. They control the votes in the House. That's why we're seeing these budget resolutions. All I'm saying is own up to what you want to do. You want to do it. Just be honest with the American people about what's going on. I appreciate the time today, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The same economists who are crying out now were the ones who said we were going to crash the economy, and Trump won. We put tariffs on China, and the real median household income went up for Americans by $7,000. Inflation went down, unemployment went down. So we have history showing that we know how to use this.
Mr. Chairman, since Mr. Greer went on, I will just follow up again. Then help explain the pain that people are feeling today with your assessment of what Donald Trump said, that families should feel some pain. That's all okay with you all?
Senator, we're not going to be in a situation where we keep allowing Wall Street to run the economy. And as we're making that transition, companies
you know what, Mr. Greer,
will need to adjust.
Go spend a little time at the grocery store talking to some of my constituents back home. I'll take you around. We'll walk around. We're not going to give anyone a heads up. You just go do it. And let's see what the regular folks back home are doing, including the people that come and talk to me that say they voted for this president. This is not what they stand up for. Farmers and ranchers are getting the short end of the stick from USDA, where these grants are being cut, and they say, oh, no, it's because we don't want to give people food. Baloney. You're cutting the lifeline for these farmers and ranchers as well, in addition to what's happening with these inputs with tariffs. Look, you all are a lot smarter than I. I'm just a regular person back home. I'm one of them.
Senator Warnock.
That's the difference between you and I, sir.
Senator Warnock. Thank you very much, Brother Chair. Since President Trump announced his tariffs last week. The stock market has dropped more than 10%. We've talked about that. I'm more concerned about the impact on ordinary people. This for me is a regressive tax. It's a tax on families who are already dealing with increasing costs and are trying to figure out how to make their lives work. I heard you say, Mr. Greer, that you don't think this is that we're in a trade war, and I respect your expertise on trade, but tomorrow the Trump administration will implement its reciprocal tariffs, which means businesses and families have had less than 1 week to plan for the largest tax increase in more than 50 years. So we are escalating, and so we can go back and forth about whether we think it's a trade war. I'm focused on how this is impacting families. Normally, when tariffs are being discussed, businesses and industries have time to plan. And the government often provides an orderly and clear process for American companies to apply for exclusions.
You think any of these people legitimately believe this tariff approach is a good idea? No, I don't think any of them do.
All of it, because no one manufactures it here. We all know uncertainty is the worst thing for business. I'm hearing this from farmers. I'm hearing it from folks in the manufacturing sector. So I hope we can provide some certainty. What should a multinational retailer do about their products made only overseas or that contain parts only made overseas? We're seeing this in our automotive sector in Georgia. Should they just raise their prices on families to account for the new tax, or is there a process for that company to reach out to the White House for an exclusion?
So Senator Warnock, the Section 232 on autos is a Commerce Department action. One thing they've done is they have said that they would be willing to give some kind of a credit for U.S. content in parts and components, and they can approach the Commerce Department about this. It's not a decision I'm making, but I know that this is one alternative. You know, I'm mindful, you know, when I hear this, obviously we're sensitive to these dynamics, but it just reminds me that we lost 5 million manufacturing jobs over the last 20 years, and that's part of the reason why we're in this situation now, and we just have to bring those back. So it's important to bring them back now before the situation gets worse.
But the question is, what do they do? Do they pass that price on to consumers?
Well, what we've seen is Ford and GM, for example, have announced actually that they're giving discounts. That was the big news last week. Last Thursday, they'd be giving discounts going forward. These companies often are going to figure out how they allocate costs among themselves, and it rarely gets down to the consumer in one-for-one basis.
So the company might figure it out, I think,
well, they can approach the Commerce Department to talk about the credits.
Let me go smaller. Last week, my office met with Angela Hawkins. She's the founder of Bamboo, a small business in Atlanta that sells bamboo-based sleepwear and sheets, particularly for people with severe and sensitive skin allergies like her husband. Angela's products are made overseas because you can't really find bamboo fabric made in the United States. What should Angela do? Pay the new tax, raise her prices, and risk losing customers? Or is there a process for her to apply for an exclusion from the Trump White House?
So, Senator, the president has said that in connection with this action, he's not going to have exclusions or exemptions beyond what's in the program already for certain products.
So she'll just have to figure it out.
She'll have to work with her business partners and find about sourcing, and
she'll have to either raise prices and risk customers. Basically, is the answer, right? Because she can't get bamboo here.
It will depend on the tariff rate. Every country has a different rate, and some are much lower than others, and so they're
she might even go out of business. Let's go even smaller. Early estimates show that President Trump's tariffs will increase the cost of goods by $3,800 for an average American household. Many critical baby goods like cribs and baby gates are produced abroad or made or have foreign-made components. I went through this not long ago as a parent of young children. For an expecting family in Augusta, Georgia, who may now see a 50% price increase for that stroller or car seat, what is the process for that family to apply for a White House exclusion? I guess if the business owner can't get one, they can't get one either, correct?
So there's not an exclusion process. That's right.
So they would just bear the cost.
Well, I think the studies you're talking about, the economists, they got it wrong in Trump 1. They said there was going to be inflation because of tariffs, and it went down. So when I hear them now saying the same thing, I just don't trust what they're saying. And that's, you know, the fact of history shows that it's not a one-to-one. The highest inflation we ever saw was under Biden for housing and education and healthcare and all of these things. And it was, and I don't know where everybody was then.
But it was specifically due to money that you guys started
what if their
printing.
child is potassium deficient and now bananas are more expensive? Last I checked, we don't have the climate to grow bananas in the United States. Who should that family reach out to the White House for an exclusion for that price hike on those bananas?
Well, again, as we've discussed, there's not an exclusion process. I think we've waited too long with the status quo. I know people want the status quo. They want the trading system that Wall Street likes, but we can't have it anymore.
Let me be really, so here you and I agree. Nobody wants the status quo. This economy is not working for working families, for ordinary people. And I would submit that what the President did last
Bananas
week,
are in big demand
in
right
such
now
a
for
reckless
facial
and sudden
scrub
way
and
is adding
eating.
even more pressure on these families. Thank you so much.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donald Trump is single-handedly driving this economy off a cliff. With no evidence to back him up, he's claimed emergency authorities to slap new tariffs on nearly every product we import from nearly every country. But Congress has the power to reverse these tariffs, and we should do so immediately. Tariffs can be a tool to help build things in America, but Trump has slapped tariffs on, then off again with no rhyme or reason, and the uncertainty about the long-term rules makes companies far less likely to invest in manufacturing or jobs here in the United States. If Congress doesn't stand up to Trump, economists predict a recession before the end of the year, and Fed Chair Jerome Powell says we're in a real danger of, quote, both
Starting to
higher
get some bot posts
unemployment
around
and
60,
higher
55,
inflation.
50,
Translation,
51,
Trump's
45.
tariffs will push millions of workers out of jobs and push prices up at the same time. So, Ambassador Greer, we've heard a lot of conflicting statements about whether these tariffs are here to stay, how many more rounds of on-off we're going to do. So let me ask the question from a different perspective. Ambassador Greer, we lost 700,000 jobs each month in the last recession. If 700,000 Americans lose their jobs, will the Trump administration suspend these tariffs?
Senator, I think the economists who are making these projections, who often are in favor of fully unfettered free trade, are the same ones who said in the first Trump term that putting tariffs
Greer,
I
Ambassador
something that's
Greer,
going to happen,
let me just
Senator.
stop you there. I'm not asking about projections. I'm asking if the numbers show that 700,000 people have lost their jobs because of these new tariffs that Trump has slapped on. Will the administration reverse course
Senator,
and lift those tariffs?
Senator, that's not going to happen. We've lost 5 million manufacturing jobs over the years, which is the number I'm most worried about, and we have to get those jobs
back. So I take that as a no. Let me try another one. Moody's says that if the Trump tariffs remain in place, we will definitely plunge into a recession, which will ultimately cost 3.5 million Americans their jobs. So, Ambassador Greer, if Trump's tariffs push 3.5 million people out of work, will the Trump administration reverse course and lift those tariffs?
Senator, the Wall Street analysts are wrong. They never want to have any kind of change to the status quo.
Right or wrong.
But that's who you're quoting to me, Senator.
I'm giving you a number. If the number is 3.5 million, if it never comes to pass, you don't have to worry about your answer. But if 3.5 million people lose their jobs because of these tariffs, is the Trump administration prepared to lift them?
Right now, this minute, we're working on negotiations with countries who believe they can achieve reciprocity with us and get their trade deficit down. And that's the emergency we're focused on. There's not going to be a situation where years from now we've lost millions of jobs.
Let me try one more time. If Trump tariffs push workers out of their jobs and raise prices, as Fed Chair Powell has predicted, will you reverse course then?
I think also with respect to Chairman Powell, who I don't know personally, but I know the president makes decisions on trade, and he rarely takes advice from Chairman Powell on this. We found in Trump 1 that you could put tariffs on China and you could make it work and have lower income, lower unemployment, lower in inflation, and increase real median household income over time as we reshore. And that's what we have to do, Senator.
What I'm hearing you say is that no one can hear a rhyme or reason to why the tariffs are off again, on again, off again, on again. But what you're telling us is the fact that hundreds of thousands, even millions of people could lose their jobs and that prices could go up will not be a factor for you or for Donald Trump for rolling those tariffs back. Look, if Republicans are serious about protecting American jobs and fighting inflation, then they can join Democrats right now to pass a resolution to fix Trump's reckless tariffs. This economy is teetering on the edge of collapse. We have the power right here in the Senate and over in the House of Representatives to take this authority away from Donald Trump. We can get this voted on. Senator Wyden and I have already are about to introduce the bill to do that. And if Republicans are serious about not playing the red light, green light with tariffs, but instead about protecting our economy, our families, our jobs, and keeping prices low, then Republicans should join us on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Welch.
Thank you. You know, there's a place for tariffs on China. Targeted tariffs make some sense. What is being rolled out and the way this is being done is so destructive and so reckless and so irresponsible that it's creating nothing but economic chaos, uncertainty, and suffering for a lot of people. These are really disastrous for Vermont. I just want to go through this question of how do these roll out? You did not set, as our trade representative, the tariff rates on all of these countries that were on display when the president announced them, right?
I mean, Bulls tried to
the
recover
president,
the distribution there, but it failed. So
Yeah, no,
the economic
I mean, still 51-50.
You did not
for
set
maybe
like
40
50% rate on Lesotho.
I guess we could slip.
I personally
we
didn't.
could slip
Can you
the support at
explain
50.
how that makes any sense?
So the way that the methodology
Really,
works
the
is
biggest impact here
the
is the
emergency we're
increase
talking
in
about is
IV to
premised
the
on the trade
downside,
deficit, which we
No,
think
no,
is
I mean,
which
Well, I'm
is
explaining the methodology.
kind of
Sorry,
nominal
This is-
down to
This
50.
has got to get concrete, because this has real impacts on everyday people.
But
So the
under
rhetoric about what
45,
the
it
goals are
skyrockets.
when the rollout is so in conflict with achieving anything other than economic downturn. How did the 50% rate on Lesotho be decided?
So when you have White House economists who assess the trade deficit.
But you had no role in it?
Well, I certainly had a role in it. Everyone was advising
Right,
the
but
president
tell me
on how
why
to
I
do
came
this.
up with 50% for Lesotho.
Well, I'd like to tell you, Senator. So when you look at a country's trade deficit, we believe that captures some of the unfairnesses, and you have to have a uniform methodology.
All right,
You can't be
gonna-
arbitrary or capricious.
I'm
and
going to
so
keep going because Lesotho does diamonds in, you know.
I'm happy to talk more to you about the methodology.
There is, I mean, my sense is there is no methodology. I asked ChatGPT, and basically they came up with some formula.
Well, that's not true.
Well, here's how it looks. Donald Trump just got fed up and said, what the heck, we'll just go with this formula that makes no sense. Number two, the issue of these tariffs. Now, the phone is ringing off the hook at the White House from countries wanting to get a break, right?
They want to talk about have to have reciprocal trade with us and how to get that deficit down.
That's right. So here's the structural issue that is really alarming to me, and I hope to
New
all
low.
of us. We are using these tariffs, or the president is using these tariffs, from going from an economy that's based on competition to one that's based on access. You know, in a competitive economy, your product, your service determines the outcome and how well you do. In an access economy, it's who's got Donald Trump's number, who's got your number, who's got Lutnick's number, and you call up and you get a break. That's an access economy. Is this going to be the arbitrary authority of the president to decide, yes, we'll cut the Vietnam tariff, and no, we'll sustain the tariff on Lesotho?
The way this works, Senator, is we have longstanding relationships with trade officials in these foreign countries, and they work with our staff, our career staff, and they develop, if someone comes to us with an offer, we review it, we analyze it, and we present it to the president.
They're calling the president. I mean, you've got Donald Trump as president, basically picking and choosing winners and losers, and who knows on what basis. That's not a trade regime that anybody can count on. That's something they can game if they know you, they know Lutnick, they know Donald Trump. That I think was what Senator Warnock was asking about. We've got farmers on the border with Canada. They get their grain. It's going to be 25% hit. We've got consumers whose electricity bills are going up because of retaliation from Canada. Can they make a call to you, to Howard Lutnick, to the president and ask for relief?
Well, we certainly talk to all kinds of constituents. We talk to labor unions, we talk to civil society, we talk to business. I would say with Canada and Mexico, they receive duty-free treatment for things that follow the rules of USMCA. If they bring in Chinese content and send it down, they won't get a break.
Let me tell you the frustration I have. There is a place for targeted tariffs to help us and also to push back on unfair trade practices. I support that. That's not what this is. This is utter chaos, arbitrary and willful on the part of the president that is setting up a dynamic where he picks winners and losers rather than companies compete to do the best they can and have the benefit of good work and a good product. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you being here to answer questions.
You better think up a nickname that's not racially derogatory.
I'm worried that foreign competitors continue to use unfair trade practices against the United States, against our workers, against our producers.
You can call her a bitch. You can say you're afraid of intelligent women. Whatever floats your boat.
We want a safe and prosperous nation. Workers in my home state and across the country are paying the price. So can you just talk a little bit about how you determine if foreign trade and economic practices constitute an emergency for our country? And I just heard our previous speaker talk about asking ChatGPT. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask you, how is it that we determine if foreign trade and economic practices constitute an emergency for our country?
Thank you, Senator. In the first instance, when the president declares an emergency, he has to consider where there is, the conditions that may impact national and economic security. And so for him, he took a look at our trade deficit, which was the largest in human history under President Biden, 1.2 trillion. And we looked at what the effect of that was, and it includes loss of 5 million manufacturing jobs, loss of 90,000 factories, loss of competitiveness with China in advanced technology.
I don't think anyone got banned yet.
What are some of the causes of the
Bob's
trade
not
deficit?
that
And certainly there's currency manipulation, there's other currency factors, but also non-reciprocity in trade, barriers overseas, whether tariffs or non-tariff barriers that keep us out, unfair trading practices like dumping and other things that push things into our market, or subsidies, or state-directed economies. And so those are the things we look at. And then when you move to the countries, obviously it's common sense to have a baseline to make sure there's no cheating and that we can get at the deficit broadly based, and then to have a higher rate for those who have who pose the biggest challenges in terms of the trade deficit and unfair practices.
Thanks. Could I ask you about nuclear fuel? And, for decades, America led the world in uranium production. Today, there's virtually no commercial enrichment capacity. We're dangerously dependent on imports from other countries. Congress took a strong stand by banning Russian uranium imports. We're now seeing a troubling shift with increased uranium imports coming from China.
VIX at 42.
And we think it's the uranium from Russia going to China, which they then sell to the United States.
If we slip this,
simply replaced one adversary with another.
There's really no
this
support
poses to be a serious threat to our national security, to our energy independence. Wyoming has the resources and the workforce to revive American uranium production. But what we know is that subsidized foreign uranium from China and from Russia threatens to undermine our domestic industry. Well, you're going to support efforts to end uranium imports from China as we continue to try to build our U.S. nuclear supply.
Senator, I'm happy to talk to you about that and the best way to implement that kind of action.
What do you think about a 25% tariff on uranium?
Market access for Wyoming. Our ranchers are seeing what you recently did, what the president has recently done, and say it's about time. I know you heard a lot about market access today. Just specifically
all the way down.
Market access for American beef. It's our #1 cash crop in Wyoming. Our ranchers produce some of the highest quality beef in the world, yet our beef faces significant barriers in key foreign markets. So I do appreciate your office's efforts to document the numerous barriers that unfairly block American beef exports. For example, Thailand imposes a 50% tariff on American beef. The European Union's numerous, quote, Green Deal restrictions limit market opportunities for our ranchers. Australia's barriers prevent the sale of a safe, high-quality American beef. They've sold $29 billion into our country. We can't sell a hamburger there.
40 a little bit.
Wyoming beef producers have felt the direct impact of these unfair trade practices, and I say it's our #1 cash crop. What steps do you see being taken now to open new markets and ensure fair access for our beef around the world where we've been blocked?
These guys are suspiciously
as
into
everyone
beef.
knows, we have a lot of
They
countries
all own
coming to talk to
ranches.
us right now who want to have more reciprocal trade, get their trade deficit down. And obviously part of that is making sure we have access for products like beef, making sure we're exporting products like beef. I've talked to the Australians about this issue. It's always surprising because they're a great partner for us globally. This is a big issue with them. Southeast Asia as well. These are things that are on our list when people come to talk to us. It's something we've recorded for years, and we expect countries to change this.
Great, thank you. In terms of critical minerals, we sit on vast deposits of critical minerals in Wyoming essential for our national security. Our state has significant reserves of rare earth elements. Are there some trade initiatives that you're taking right now that are going to pursue to counter China's dominance in the critical minerals world, both in terms of production as well as refinement?
Yes, well, I know, for example, this is at the Commerce Department, but I know they're considering whether they need to take some kind of an action and looking into potential Section 232 investigation of critical minerals to know, how we can get that here, how we can get processing here in our near abroad, how to make sure we're not dependent on China for those things.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. I know you have had a busy week, and we appreciate that and appreciate what
still just flooding into the
President is trying to
downside.
do for the broader economy.
Not a lot of
And,
interest
course,
at
it is
5120,
encouraging to hear
5110 rather.
that we have 70
but
countries
shitload
that
of
are
puts at
coming in to negotiate
5135.
tariffs, and some of those
Puts coming in as
non-tariff
far down as
barriers that have
5,000.
existed. So we're grateful for all that work. I do want to ask you about some of the foreign governments using bogus environmental regulations to really sideline American businesses. And the EU's new deforestation regulation is a great example of this, imposing excessive reporting requirements
Google
that
and
would
Microsoft
shut
got
out
probed.
Tennessee pulp and paper
1209.
producers from foreign markets. And also, we're seeing some of these foreign governments actually seize U.S. assets under false pretenses. And last year we had a company, Vulcan Materials, which declined to sell its Mexican port to the government. So armed forces came in and took control of that, citing environmental licensing requirements. And this is a pattern of regulatory abuse, and it keeps our companies out of the global market. So how are you working to protect these U.S. businesses and to deal with these foreign governments who are weaponizing their bogus regulations to restrict the market access?
Well, Senator, I always find it troubling when countries use these kind of measures as a protectionist measure. Our companies, whether they're making here and exporting or going elsewhere to produce in other countries, are always the cleanest and most responsible, always. And we should always have the best treatment under those kinds of regimes. So with respect to the two examples you noted on the Vulcan issue, I've raised this personally with Mexican trade officials. And with respect to the EU forestry regulation, my understanding is right now it's a little bit on pause while they themselves look at it and take a second look. And I talk to my counterparts in Europe frequently, and this is something where I want to make sure that they're treating us appropriately under this law, not discriminating against us.
That's wonderful. If I could get in writing from you an update on the Vulcan port issue, that would be helpful also.
We're happy to do that, Senator.
Thank you. I want to talk about digital trade because President Trump really has shown great leadership when it comes to digital trade. And that was a part of the negotiations on the USMCA. And it really gave us a very robust and ambitious digital trade chapter. And the provisions, including cross-border data flows and data localization, are critical to facilitating strategic U.S. initiatives across a broad range of industries. And we have an opportunity now to build on this digital chapter. So, and I think that could really pave a way to add other provisions on critical issues such as AI, such as quantum computing that we are dealing with. So how could you use this digital trade chapter that we have in the USMCA to expand that globally as we look at negotiating new trade agreements?
Well, I think it's important to understand that our companies, our digital trade companies, are the most competitive in the world. They're the most effective in the world. And what we don't want is a situation where they are retaliated against or they're discriminated against such that their Chinese competitors actually take up market share. I mean, that would be a disastrous situation. And so as countries come to us and want to talk about how to have more reciprocal trade or better trade actions, I would expect that we want to make sure that they're not discriminating against our technology companies. And we want to make sure we have a level playing field so we can have the appropriate market access that we want, and whether we do that in formal trade agreements or just in commitments from these other countries.
Well, and as you know, digital trade is important to Tennessee. So we're looking forward to that. Non-tariff barriers are something that get mentioned quite a bit as we are talking to companies. I know Vietnam has several non-tariff barriers, and we've seen this in the USTR's National Trade Estimate report. And we had a record high deficit with Vietnam in 2024. And in part, that's because Chinese companies are using Vietnam to transship. So will you work to ensure that any possible deal with Vietnam, because I know they've been first to the table to try to negotiate for a zero tariff, but we want to make certain that whatever is done includes provisions that will not allow China to reap the benefits of working with and
I think that was just some put profit taking.
I agree with you 100%,
Still a lot of puts.
Senator, whether it's Vietnam or others, if they think they're going to have some kind of different rate, it can't be one that gives preference to a third country like China, where they can just take advantage of it or use it to circumvent what we're trying to do. I agree with you 100% on this point.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Greer, thanks for being here, and I enjoyed our conversation in the office last month. Let me begin by saying, as I suspect you know, that I am not a great fan of unfettered free trade. I helped lead the effort when I was in the House against NAFTA and against permanent normal trade relations with China. I will never forget a visit that I made to the Macadillo area in Mexico, where I saw brand new factories and literally Mexican workers living in cardboard boxes. And the result, of course, was the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs, good-paying jobs in this country, transferring them to Mexico where people work for horrendous wages. That is the type of trade policy which I detest. But I want to move to an area to talk about the legal basis of what President Trump has done. President Trump said, Mr. Greer, that he had no choice in terms of Canada, and I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. He had no choice but to bypass Congress and to impose an emergency 25% tariff on Canada to stop, quote, the massive, end quote, amount of fentanyl and, quote, the millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from the northern border. Unfortunately, that's a lie. The truth is that the U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported just 43 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the Canadian border last year, representing just 0.2% of the total. Now, we could agree that 1 pound of fentanyl is too much. But if 0.2% constitutes an emergency, my guess is illegal drugs are coming in from every country in the world. And that gives the President of the United States incredible power to determine tariffs. Further, he said he talked about millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from Canada. In fact, last year there were 24,000 people, not millions and millions. First question, really, we can argue about tariffs, but why does the president have to lie all of the time in order to make his point?
So, Senator, I would just refute that when the president is talking about the nature of the emergency we have. I mean,
Could you talk a little bit closer into the mic, please?
Certainly. Senator, I would just say, I think you need to look at what the president issued in terms of the order for the legal basis for what we're doing, right? I mean, the president very rightly hit on this issue of fentanyl migration coming from northern southern borders, and it's a real emergency.
Drugs are a real emergency. 0.2%. You can then argue illegal drugs come from every country in the world. If you declare that as an emergency, you're giving the President of the United States unbelievable power. Let me go on that point. Let me mention to you what you probably know. 7 Republicans have joined a number of Democrats on legislation reasserting Congress's ability to play an active role in trade and tariffs. That, on the Republican side, was led by Senator Grassley. And he said, and I quote, "For too long, Congress has delegated its clear authority to regulate interstate and foreign commerce to the executive branch, et cetera, et cetera." He wants to reassert Congress's constitutional role and ensure Congress has a voice in trade policy, end of quote. In the last 2 weeks, all we have seen is reports in the newspaper. Congress has not had 1 ounce of authority in determining tariff policy. Do you think Congress should be completely left out of the process? Or does the president have emergency power to do anything he wants with regard to tariffs?
Senator, my staff has had over 200 meetings with congressional offices in the past 2 months to consult. The president's been very transparent about what he wants to do on tariffs. Congress delegated a law to him to take this action.
Mr. Greer, you can have all the meetings you want. You and I had a nice meeting. But at the end of the day, the president did exactly what he wanted to do without any discussion, formal discussion with members of Congress. He could make recommendations to Congress, that's for sure. Do you really think that he has the power under an emergency degree to reorder the trade world, global trade policy, without any input from the United States Congress?
Sir, Congress gave him this law where if he determines a national emergency, he can take appropriate action to regulate imports. That's what he's done.
And you think it's a national emergency that 0.2% of fentanyl coming from Canada constitutes a national emergency?
Sir,
do you?
The president has determined that Canada...
I'm asking you.
You're asking me about drug policy. So I agree with the president. If you have China and Canada and Mexico putting drugs into this country at different levels, then that's an emergency. We have to deal with it.
Look, we're not going to argue about the danger of drugs. 0.2, 43 pounds of fentanyl. On that basis, the president can declare an emergency with any country on earth and take unlimited power. That's called authoritarianism. Okay? That's not what a democracy does. Do you have any concerns about all of that power going into the hands of the president?
Sir, Congress delegated this power to the president. He has to renew the emergency every year. He has to give reports to Congress. The Congress told him what he has to do to use this authority, and he's doing those things.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have, you've been going now 2 hours and almost 40 minutes, but we have one more question. Senator Wyden has one more question, and then we'll
Thank you
wrap
very
up.
much, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Greer, we've been at this a long time, and you've offered a lot of word salad about international trade, reciprocity, and metrics, and the list goes on and on.
White House Press Secretary says 104% additional tariffs went into effect at noon Eastern time because China has not removed its retaliation. Collected starting tomorrow, April 9th.
Before Americans see their 401ks go up in smoke. And so what I'd like to do is just ask you one simple question.
Right back down.
To wrap this up. Because at home in Oregon, people want to know what we're doing to help the people who are hurting today, not months and months or elections and all kinds of dates far in the future.
He announced it earlier during the Greer Day.
When will those hurting now
10:30
see real relief?
That's when we first started dropping.
Senator, the country decisively voted for this president and his trade
Well,
policy.
he didn't announce it, but he
knows how to
confirmed
use
that it was
tariffs
going to be
appropriately
announced.
to negotiate deals where necessary and to drive investment and manufacturing back to the U.S.
Has Trump
And
made
that's
a
what we're
comment
doing. He was
yet, or
successful
no?
in his first term in using it. Real wages went up, and that's what we're doing now. And we're working around the clock to make sure we can do that.
Mr. Greer, I gave you a chance to respond to the question.
We're just going to
and
end.
what
I
you
mean, like at this
said
point,
wasn't
104%
accurate.
tariffs. We're just ending
Nobody
trade with China.
disputes that the president won the election up here on the dais. But nobody was told in the election campaign that we would have all of these people hurting now because of a flawed trade policy. Once in a while, it said maybe take a little time. But there wasn't any mention
You did.
of people from one end of the country to another feeling they've been wiped out financially. Nobody heard about that. That was never discussed. Hope you'll have an answer for me, because that's what Americans want to know who are hurting now. They've listened to all of this trade lingo tossed around, and then they scratch their head and say, who's going to stand up for me now? Well, I'll tell you, we're going to fight for those people. That's why I'm proposing a bipartisan resolution that would overturn what's going on with 180 countries. We'll keep the record open for a few days, but what
Heading
I'd
toward
like
the
to
week
know
open on
is
ES. Testing
what the
5140
timetable
now.
is for helping people who are hurting right now, because I haven't heard anything on that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Mix
Senator
up to
Whiten.
44.
And we are now at the conclusion of the questions. Ambassador Greer, thank you for the time you've given us. As I indicated, you've gone almost 2 hours and 45 minutes. And I think you have been very clear about what the president's intentions are and how you expect this to roll out. The questions for the record deadline is Tuesday, April 15th for members of the Senate. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Daniel Mack put their pickle in my jar. Boobies, 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 boobies,
Boobies, boobies, boobies. Very nice, Daniel Mack.
Boobies, 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 boobies.
Beautifully put.
Tartars 3.
4,800 end of day. That'd be cool. Oh, a bunch of puts, so. There goes 5,100. Ouch. Bum, 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 bum. Are we still the reserve currency? Yeah. Till China decides to start selling all the treasuries they own. And maybe Japan. Support levels on the way down. 5100. We could take a look further. Yeah, maybe here. 5100, 5090. Below that, fuck all. 5,000?
Hot British woman put their pickle in my jar, Gherk. You can put your pickle in my jar anytime you want. Just like that. Oh,
Thank
baby.
thank you so much
3.
for that offer. The market postponed Black Monday to Tuesday because of the rumor, which was found to be bullshit Monday. Profit taking here? Maybe a little. Doesn't matter if puts are still just piling in on the buy side.
Cow put their pickle in my jar, moo 3.
Are puts piling in? Yeah. Bot puts pretty much every strike all the way down to 5,000, with the exception of 5090, where they just sold some puts on the bounce. And not even that many. Like 500. Thanks, Mike. And the problem with these like bounces for the bulls is like they try to drive the capitulation, but at the top of the bounces, people just buy even more puts because they get slightly cheaper. Which is what happened on the last bounce to retest 5162. Yeah, puts. I got some puts when Greer was like, when Greer confirmed that there was no response from China. That's why we watched that 2-hour shit show. Jackson has gone dark. Wait, Jackson's been going like long treasuries for the last 3 weeks. Me too. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. 4750 this week, Greg. Oh shit! I have something for you. What was that candle? Who knows? News? I don't see anything. Maybe more put capitulation? Oh, somebody bought like 1,000 out of the money calls at 30.35. I don't really see much else. Nope, pretty much just that. Bot puts at 20, 25 coming in, 30, 35, 105, 110. Some bot puts coming in at 50, 95. Just Jimmy Dizzle getting ready to pay me for my Jeppy puts. Street meat? Thanks, man. You got it, dude. June 4,000p, only 5K. Could you buy me a few? When long Vana? Ooh, good question. Got a ways down. Speed and Vana fall off pretty hard from here all the way down to like 49.25. Where they dip negative a little bit out to like 48.50. Yeah, we could have, I mean, we could have a pretty nasty down day on the back of this. We'll see. Bulls really need to probably hold this level. They're trying. I don't know if it's going to be successful because just making puts cheaper. Called in 6 at 10 to put on my bear costume to watch the market crash with y'all today. Port's up 50% so far this week. Nice. Thanks as always for everything, Gherk. P.S. Don't tell my boss. I won't. What's the OI on September 30, 1200 pits? I have no idea. Could you what? Congratulations, Blue Pickle. This is very interesting. Bull's trying to take advantage of too much out of the money put buying. This bounce fails, they're fucked. They gotta hold 5110. Looks like. Because they got short puts that squeeze at 5110 and 5090. Big piles of them, like 2600, 2900. Ouch. Most of them they just sold. Oh, there they go, getting fucked in the butt. Right in the booty hole. Silly bulls. Squeeze. $92. Does anybody have SPX down 5% from its intraday high on their bingo card? No, also at 90. They have short puts at 5100 and 5090. Like all of their support is those short puts. I wish somebody would have warned us about these swings. I did. I had 8%. 5090 is the last bastion of stability. Yeah, I mean, they could always try to set up new support somewhere else, but they're going to get pretty fucked if we lose 5090 here. Probably not that hard of a move down to 50-50 from that point. I can just keep making more money. Maybe I shouldn't have closed some NVIDIA puts yesterday. Oops. Bleed just a little more. If I buy a put in hedge funds or selling puts, then am I stealing money from a hedge fund? Sure, man. Yep, I know. 104% tariffs at noon tomorrow. Genius. Is it midnight tomorrow? Or is it China midnight tomorrow? My puts went berserk there for a second. People snapping them up, trying to not get squeezed out. Drop, it's going down. I know. Dude, we got 90 back. Hold on. Lost it. Lost it again. Is that gonna fail? It's starting to look like a failure on the retest. Bulls are capitulating. Just a little bit. Puts being bought 85, 80, 75, 65, 55, and then a ramp all the way down to 5,000. With some puts being bought below 5,000. Kirk, I'm tired of winning. The puts below 5,000 is me? Oh, Jesus Christ. XRP at 186. And? Are the bulls about to give up here? It's starting to look like it, yeah. We'll see. They might be able to close the, yeah, they might be able to close the 90 puts from a slightly better spot. Bot put's picking up quite a bit at 80. Little wicks. Pro tip, if you whisper sweet pickle somethings into each candle, they will bow to your commands. Cheers. Thanks, man. I knew that. You hyped to not have to pay income tax because we're all gonna have to pay consumption tax? I got news for you. We're just gonna pay both. When you placed your vote on the ballot for Donald J. Trump, did you know that you were voting for Western European taxes? And communism? But like not the good kind of communism. It's okay because we give the money directly to the bourgeois. Yes. But it's fascism, not communism. Really thin line. Shockingly. GS not updating? Looks like it's going fine. So far. Oh look, my puts are up even more. How did that happen? They even have some spy puts that are up right now. That's crazy. I can't close them. 250% on these. I don't even, because there's nowhere for this to stop reasonably. I mean, I guess 50-50. They've got to put in, like, some effort. Maybe. Maybe that's all just bot puts already. Kind of is. There's some bot calls from yesterday at 5,000 and 50-50. I wonder if those will close. My Johnson's already out, BMJ. Big whoosh after 50-50. You made another big whoosh? Yeah, that would make sense to be like the next level that could see a big sell-off. Vol is like a little less exciting here. Getting better. Some, yeah, uptick in vol at fucking 60 and 50 and 35 and big uptick at 20. Gamma Strike's so cool. Levitt's blasting off. Let me guess, she's taking offense at somebody speaking poorly of her dear leader. Mobile version in the future for GS? We're working on it. As we implement more and more of the front end, we'll be able to add, well, we should be able to add more, you know, mobile friendly, stuff. But I mean, we're not making an app anytime soon. Just gonna make it work on mobile browsers. There's a 54 test, which is kind of interesting. I wonder where that gets to. Saucy. Just keep going down. This is beautiful. All right, what price do you think? I want to take some bets. What price do you guys think that Larry Fink puts a hit out on Trump? 4,500. COVID lows. Already ordered. 1,200. 1,200 would be like a 90% loss of BlackRock's assets. The movie about Fink's hit is going to be called Critical Margin. 50, 54, 47. Trick question. He hedged correctly. Ooh. That's interesting. SPY isn't bouncing as hard as SPX. Some bot calls coming in at 85 and 5,100. Bot puts coming in at 50, 70, 65, 55. Also at 85. Are the bulls gonna get fucking burned again? I'm really impressed with the trying. Was down 3K, made it all back. Feels better than gains. Nice, man. Why would any bot calls come in? Take advantage of the capitulation. Or calls sold short in the money, taking profit. Same effect. Thanks, man. We're just supposed to buy put on every green candle. Well, you're supposed to buy a put at the end of the green candles. Tapped 83 on that one. Bulls sold puts at 75. VIX is starting to turn back up. How'd the auction go? I don't think anyone cares at this point. It was bid to cover 2.47, high yield 3.7, sold 58 billion, 38.62% at the high. Primary was 20%, indirect was 73. A little bit of a tail on it. Actually, a big fat tail on it. 24 points. It's got to be confusing. I wouldn't buy a Chinese stock with your money. Is Levitt the USA version of that North Korean news anchor for Kim? Yeah. Except she willfully chooses to act like that instead of being indoctrinated into it. I don't know, he like died or something. He got divorced and couldn't do YouTube anymore. Thanks, Gherkin. I can fully afford a flat burr grinder. Huzzah! That's crazy, Rims and Tims. You think after I met him that I just went and like hunted down his wife? What's wrong with you, man? Rims has PTSD. It's not that kind of cult. I've already explained this. Oh, the Bulls did a whoopsie. Those are emergency contacts, Bob. Are we at risk of a circuit breaker today? No. We're only 411 high to low right now. They're shorting vol so hard. I hope they get fucked. They really didn't short it that hard, but they are getting fucked. Do you think oil doesn't generally do well in a recession until the wars start? You're unpinned, dork. Don't act like you didn't wear that blouse today for a reason. Probably should have stocked up on Chinese knickknacks and doodads. Now I feel like chopped liver. No, you're still beautiful. Josephine Goebbels is popping off. Remember when Maeve asked about her 50-50p? Yeah. I said there was a chance if we got the China tariffs. Hopefully she's in it to win it. $4,300. Thank you, fiscal stupidity. Caroline Levitt reminds me of, like, there's like a quote, or well, I guess it's more of like a premise in law, where it's like, when the facts are on your side, pound the facts. When the law is on your side, pound the law. And when neither is on your side, pound the table. It's a pretty good summary. This is fantastic. What's the next stop? Gotta lose 43 and then 20? Oh, there goes 43. Can we get the OG Bear song if we break 5,000? I don't even have that shit. Although we've had a 4% down day and we're only just now red. You didn't archive our history? That's your job, Jen. And NW, but only for the quotes. It feels good to have been confidently bearish for so long. God damn it, NW. Your markets are awesome. My Roth IRA is going to be 2 commas thanks to you. Thanks, man. My SPX puts are over 2 commas just today. Today's just going great. What's the next big level on ES? We already fell below the week open and yesterday's close. I want to say like 49.87. Maybe 50.52. Is it though? One second, I'll be right back.
Mike Cucumber put their pickle in my jar. I'm consistently getting 25 rate of returns bull market and bear market. Is that acceptable? Is it sustainable? My retirement number is $10 million, but I think I could go higher. Is that enough? 3.
All right. Is the bounce over yet? Mm-hmm. 50 probably still a little bit of support. Hold on, I gotta see what came in while I was gone. There's a bunch of bot calls at 85 and 5105. I'm not sure if that's like sold call capitulation. It might be. But still a little bit of room. I guess we tested the 105 calls already once. Hmm. No profit taking on them though. Any news? U.S. short-term interest rate futures boost wagers. The Fed will cut policy rate as soon as May. Levitt said if China makes a deal, Trump will be gracious. God, man, the market just runs on copium. It's kind of crazy. Oh, fuck. I do personally enjoy this vibe-based trading. That's good pizza. Inflation hit New York slices yet? Yeah, like 4 years ago. I sent you a Ko-Fi after I left. I'm consistently getting... Hold on. 25% rate of returns, bull market and bear market. Is that acceptable? Is it sustainable? My retirement number is 10 million, but I think it go higher. Is that enough? I mean, if you're getting consistent 25% returns, then you're killing it. That's great. It may not be very scalable. You will run into issues with that. But your retirement target is 10 million? One second. I mean, I think it's an achievable goal. If you can maintain that consistency through any kind of market conditions, then yeah. Why not? You can pump yesterday was an attempt by some big player to get out before the crash. Possibly. But, you know, also we were well overdue a capitulation of some kind on the short side. What if you full port still? On occasion, while day drinking, but it's profitable? To each their own. I'm back in my groove, Dad. Nice, Wolf. Glad to hear it, man. Without telling us how much you have, if 10% of your port doubled, how much would it be? But that is telling you how much I have. So either you're trying to find out exactly, or you've never taken algebra. Nice try, IRS. Hey guys, is it cool that the bear steepener is only up like 13% today? Is it worth becoming a member if I'm busy and I don't have a lot of time? Or is it mainly worth it if I'm here every day? I mean, being a member unlocks like Pickle's picks, basically, right? Which is currently most of the time just me doing, you know, market and level analysis for the next trading session. And those are usually put out either at night or early in the morning. And so, I mean, as far as the actual intraday session goes, that's all on here. But all of this is covered in the prior. So, I mean, it's, if you want that daily and then weekly larger analysis, then that's what's in there. Poopy's currently timed out. China's calling the tariffs blackmail. That's what they are. He called me a YouTube influencer. So him and Don got timed out for 24 hours. This is called Gambino diplomacy. Yeah. Welcome to Coruscant, guys. Give fiscal stupidity a shout out for hooking you up. I know. I think I closed my spy pits at 15, so I haven't looked at it since. What's it at? The spread between it and SPX is kind of nuts. What happened to get Poopy and Don tied together? I tied them together. It was my idea. I like chaos, and that satisfied my itch for the day. And additionally, they both annoy me in a very similar way. And so I thought one day, after I'd timed one of them out, wow, I'm still being annoyed in the exact same way. And then I was like, I'm going to time them both out together. Is it the sports talk? Largely, yeah. Don wasn't even talking. That doesn't matter. They're now bound together by the fates. Will we get the decision on EU tariffs tomorrow? If the EU bends the knee to Trump, things could get bullish, but I highly doubt they will. Does SPX Discord channel stand for sports, politics, and Xerxes? Shh. Moonlander Artemis Edition. Welcome to Cornishan. Some hedge fund bros would think up of what? Doesn't even make sense. No, he's not banned. He's timed out for 24 hours. Well, him and Don.
Yellow cake beef put their pickle in my jar. Where's the beef on SPX? 5.
Where's the beef on SPX? Despite the comments from our Senate today, there's shockingly very little beef exposure in the S&P 500. It's really sad that multi-millionaire ranchers around the country are going to have to downgrade from their Ford F-350 King Ranch edition to just a regular Ford F-350. They might even have to drive it where it's muddy sometimes. What the fuck ever. I'll tell you, that's not the kind of treatment they voted for in November. You should know a lot about trucks for a city boy. I know a lot of useless shit.
Thunder 86 put their pickle in my jar.
God damn it, Thunder. Oh wait, I don't have to hear it. Perfect. I forgot that I muted it on my end. Maeve, I don't know if you've ever met a rancher, but they're not middle income. Ooh, I have a good idea. Hold on. I'm going to do a little capitalism. There you go. This is a Gherkin noise. This with his alt accounts posting to Ko-Fi. How much to add it back after someone pays to have it removed? $3. No, I'm just kidding. The same price. I'm not going to try to arb the bid ask between you guys. How do I teach Chat GPT to read your lips on mute? But then I'll just delay the audio. So, or just like start moving my mouth a bunch when I'm not saying things. How tight do you set your trailing stops normally? When I open the contract, usually like 20%. In this environment, more like 30, 35. Because vol's so high.
Thunder 86 put their pickle in my jar. $494 remaining, 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 $494 remaining.
Thunder, this is why you keep losing money on the market.
$194 remaining,
$3, 500 minus $3 is $497.
$494 remaining, $494 remaining, $194 remaining, $494 remaining, $494 remaining, 3.
I did one already? That didn't count. That was before I instituted the rule. You're not grandfathered in. Jack William, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. This song is dope. What's wrong with you guys? It's too Irish? What are you, a Protestant? I can't hear you. It's not reading it anyway. Get wrecked.
In my jar,
1 sec.
4069. For 2069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,060 9 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42. 1069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,060 9 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42. 1069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,060 9 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069 42,069
Bounced off 50 again.
1069 42,069 42,069 42,069
Who let autism take over the Ko-Fi bot?
42,069 3.
The shit posters of the Discord realize that they control for the low price of $3 again. I love that the Ko-Fi bot has to take a breath. Yeah. Sometimes it can take multiple messages at once. Other times it just won't read anything.
Hides pickles _ in my wallet. Put their pickle in my jar. I refuse to contribute to this lawful extortion of the pickle jar. I humbly beseech, O great pickle king, to be kind to your put their pickle in my jar. Vote to ban Thunder 86 from YT for 1 hour. I await your response. 3.
If you want Carl to do something about it, you have to tag him. Fair enough. Remember when Carl used to be a pigeon whale? Now he's a dad.
Thunder 86 put their pickle in my jar. All praise the God equation generator of gains. Delta tau equals xi minus mi divided by epsilon multiplied by phi multiplied by m by 3.
You're gonna trigger Dork. You got it, Bob Lewis. We can't let the GME people have sea shanties, all right? Can you ask Poopy how his bonds are doing? He's gonna be out of them, of course, right? What's up, Dork? Yeah, always. Wait, hold on. Is it your penis in a party hat again?
Put their pickle in my jar. Thunder, can you not spam the bot? Sincerely, PW High Society 3.
Yep, it is. I'm aware that corporate bond yield spreads are fucked. I also look at them on occasion. I don't think anyone knows what Viking music sounded like. Probably didn't. It's probably just like some guy like slapping a goat. Secret market crash and global recession / depression penis. We need to educate Gherkin on the songs of our people. Hold on. Let's find some traditional folk music.
Squamsk put their pickle in my jar. We go RARGHHURGLBPFTBPBFRTTT enemy shields analyzed enemy shields.
This sounds terrible.
Hubbar Aoruga 3.
I'd be down for a Pigeonwell song. There was some guy slapping his goat. All right, I'll get Popcorn to record us some samples. Kirk about to demonetize the stream with 3,000-year-old music. It's not that old. Oh my god. Do you think the Vikings 3,000 years ago? I'm pretty sure that all Scandinavian and Norwegian folk music is part of the free stuff. I forget what it's called. That was good. Don't you dare say ABBA. I'm gonna make the Pigeonwell song is gonna be. Yeah, that's it, actually. Yeah, public domain. Mamma Mia, here I go again. What am I missing on PFE? BBPS? Oh, they suck. If it's not Dancing Queen, I'll unsubscribe. You could never take the shame. Would the portfolio manager tier be fine for trading expiries a week out? Yeah, I mean lower management requirements. A week out, I mean, you're going to be kind of exposed to intraday. I mean, like, if I had to... If I had to really make a call on it, I would say it's probably fine for people trading theta in, like, the 30 or 45-day window. But... if they're fairly, like, low management requirements on the positions you take, then you could probably get away with it. I re-queued to the theme of Waterloo, obviously. No problem. How is this not selling off harder? Well, we found support. I don't know if it's going to last. It doesn't look fantastic or anything. Also, someone, like, came out and said something about... Oh, yeah, Levitt was all like... Trump will be really nice if the Chinese do what he wants. They cooed a Peter Gabriel sledgehammer. What is real-time entry info? I mean, you can use the overnight gamma and delta levels to determine where you want to enter trades. So it looks like a bearish pennant. No? Our trading pattern's well applied to SPY. A little less to SPY than SPX, and a little less to SPX than ES. But they shouldn't be used as a forward predictor of price action. They should be used as a risk management tool. Go ahead, put on your super bear hat and tell us how the next 3 months plays out. Tariffs stay in effect at their current rate. Congress contests it. That battle goes on while inflation starts to skyrocket. Producer side first, but they'll be forced to pass forward costs onto the consumer, and the consumer can't bear the burden right now. And so we'll see unemployment begin to rise. Maybe like at the end of the 3-month window, we'd start to see the effects of that on unemployment. I think the effects of it on PPI are going to be like this week. We're going to see some of the effects from it, and then significantly more so next month and the following month, as long as they remain in place. I think we'll probably see some moderate declines in the real estate market over that same time period, and maybe we get S&P. Ooh, what's going on here? That's exciting. Did someone say something? No, okay. No biggie, just a $50 candle. Yeah, it stops everyone out of their positions. Is something special at 50-40? Not particularly. Bulls don't want to slip deeper and have volatility increase, I would say, is the biggest risk to the downside below 40. I mean, 50-40 probably means we lose 50-40, we're probably going to like 49.75. This will probably sell off really quickly. I think yields continue to march up from here. I think yields will move up more substantially when inflation rises. I think like the economists and Trump's cabinet all forget that inflation doesn't rise because of a mechanical effect. Inflation rises because people think inflation will rise. If 4,400 and 4,200p for Thursday, they went up 10% in premiums on this bounce. Nice. That's because they're probably buying back sold puts on the bounce. Any flashbacks to my terrible time with Forex? It feels like stop loss hunting. It is. Market makers probably overexposed the vol to the downside, so they encourage shit like that. You previously mentioned a third tier in the middle of the two currently existing for Gamma Strike. Any estimate on when that'll come out? Are we talking 0 to 4 months or 8 to 12? Probably. I would say like 6 to 12. At our current pace. Because we have other things that are coming out first. China already announced retaliatory tariffs, and we tariffed back at a higher rate. And that begins tomorrow. EU is supposed to be tomorrow. And new lows, probably. I think that tier will be for me. 6 months isn't bad. I will say what we know about it right now and what we've mapped out is that it's going to be heavily focused on like equity analysis. So more like the research side for buy and hold investors. How do depression markets work? Oh, we could go look. They're actually very volatile.
Rhino put their pickle in my jar. Did someone say new lows? FAP 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 FAP.
So kind of like this. You know, we went down, straight down for like 3 years. And then bounced a little, went down again. Bounced a little, went down for another year. Bounced a whole bunch, then went down for another year. Bounced a little, down again. Little bounce, down again. Kind of kept happening, down more.
Seymour put their pickle in my jar. What tier of GS comes
and
with
then
and
bull
free
market
Kofi
after
messages?
May of 1942.
PP. Poo-poo. PP. Poo-poo.
It was only 13 years later.
Poo-poo. PP. Poo-poo.
It's fine. You guys will live.
PP.
Through it, maybe.
Poo-poo. PP. Poo-poo. 3.
I think you mentioned that the new tier would be more suited for swing traders. Yeah. I mean, the bottom tier right now covers a decent chunk of what's going to be made available for swing traders, but not all of it. And yes, it will be more tuned for swing trading. There's going to be like some tools that specifically address like swing trading positions and testing positions and stuff like that. So make Ko-Fi $10. I can make it $5 in line with inflation. That should stop everybody from donating. And before Ko-Fi is the most inelastic good the world has ever seen, like Dillionaire. Thanks, Jen Jen. You're supposed to be grifting your subscribers. Eh. Maybe if I couldn't trade good. Oh, look, it went right back down. Real talk, what are your last minute panic purchases from China tonight? I don't know. I really want like a human-sized drone. Gherk, why you block my CC on Ko-Fi? I don't think I did. I only ever did that to walk-in. Are you walking? And he's got another credit card now, so it doesn't even work. That's about all the riding mower parts I need for this summer. You would have a riding mower. Are drones banned in New York City? Probably. But how are they going to know it's mine? You think the NYPD is going to trace the signal for a fucking drone? How are they going to get it out of the air? Is the better question. Drone laws are stupid. The FAA doesn't, yeah, they don't have time for that shit. They're all getting fired. Chaos! Fines for illegal drone activity is no joke. There's like a 3-mile no-fly zone here in Anaheim, thanks to Disneyland. Huh. They don't have fucking EMP guns. Yeah, they have jammers. But it's not an EMP.
P. Poo. P. Poo. P. Poo. P. Poo. P. Poo. Put their pickle in my jar. Maybe the real baby farms were the tissues we filled along the way. 3.
That guy got in there before I raised the price on Ko-Fi. Smart. I liked it. Everybody should be liking the stream. What are you guys doing? You're just sitting there waiting for the market to drop? Not liking the stream? What the fuck? Yes, you can. I made the market drop all day. Just me. You're not banned. You're timed out. What now, dork? You're not shadow banned. I see the things you're saying. Am I also shadow banned? Because I'm being ignored. You haven't said anything. The last thing you said was that a poopy, Ko-Fi. I do like how there's a tutorial pinned on how to ignore me in the Discord. JFresh really doesn't understand what I feed off of. It's true. I love that I can't hear these.
85 specifically. Section 56 IEEDP 277
Oh,
IEEDP 278
yeah, that's a poopy. That's poopy quoting
IEEDP
the
280
IEEPDP.
281 at all three.
That's definitely Roger Cheeto.
Tariff controller Jocelyn D. Nuts put their pickle in my jar as of 12:01 tonight. Ko-fi will be tariffed 69,420 because all our servers are in Penguin Land. Please comply.
I would never voluntarily give you more money. That's not true. Tariff comptroller Jocelyn D's nuts. I quit Pigeon Whale. Alright. Block his IP on Gamma Strike. Dirk, can you do that? Do you need his email address? I have it. He's the guy who signed up for the beta subscription 6 months late. We're forever going to be locked in this battle, Cobra. You can choose to fight it, but you will lose. No, he re-pigeon-whaled. Nice. Yeah, we don't want him VPNing in. Oh, Trump's getting ready to talk to people again. He's going to talk about energy. Ooh, how's my BTU doing? Let's see. Mm. I don't think things are getting that much more bearish. There is now a synthetic short at 50-50 though, which is kind of interesting. Support's down at 50-20. So there's some room for this to slip. The sold puts to the downside have been netting off pretty rapidly. There's another big bot call wall down at 5,000. I saw this before, but yes, it's amazing. Wait, not anymore though, because he's leaving the administration. He will no longer enjoy the protections. Is he weaving? U.S. Chamber of Commerce is considering suing the Trump administration to block the tariff plan. Per Fortune, Fortune references two anonymous sources. All right. I realize the bit about Elon leaving Doge soon is a hoax, right? I think he's just trying to pump his stock. I did, yeah. That is not how the immunity works. Jesus Christ. MSTR can actually survive a pretty low BTC price. Not that low. You have the Trump speech ready? Yeah, as soon as it turns on. I think it's under $142 a share, or under 56,000 on BTC. Getting under 56,000 is not hard. That's not accurate anymore. That was before they averaged up their cost basis. They can issue shares and dilute, but then they'll tank the price of the stock. Saylor just lies to people so he can sell more shares for dollars. 20 is the next downside support, but yeah, we could pretty easily break it. There's not much stopping us here. If you have very little knowledge of options, etc., is joining Gamma Strike useful or very tricky, dangerous for trading? I would say, I mean, the entire purpose of Gamma Strike is to simplify options data in a way that it can be used more intuitively. However, some options experience and basic options knowledge would go a very long way. It's definitely dangerous to just trade options in general. There's always a significant risk of loss. But we do have some documents that you can review. You can go and do your own research as well, and get yourself up to speed. I would say that I would recommend using it to paper trade long before I ever used any real money on it, especially if you're inexperienced with options. The documents are free. They're available on the homepage. Holy Ivy smile, Batman. It's more of a smirk. Yeah, I don't think 5,000 is actually a very important level. 49.53 is. Is Trump gonna fucking talk today or what? Why does he tell all the news agencies to be there an hour early? Does he just want people waiting on him? Does he think he's fucking Putin? He just ordered $100 million military parade for his birthday. Trump or Putin? Trump? Typical Gemini. I didn't know you were a space racist. I don't like aliens, man. Freak me out. Nothing says I'm a spending cutter like $100 million parade. Mm-hmm. It's okay. Art of the deal. Why does it seem like SPY has worse returns than SPX on the same moves? It does. You gotta spend money to make money. How did you know we would drop this low if we lost 50-40? And don't say GS. Oh, GS. We can go lower. I actually said 49.75, so you're gonna have to give me a minute. Wouldn't camo GS ads? Why would we ever make those? Nobody'd be able to see them. That's stupid. They're a marketing product. I'm not going to make an invisible marketing product. In the last 3 weeks, have you made more than you would have yearly in that job offer you had to manage some rich dude's account? Yes. Although, I would have just done the same shit with his account, except only made 2% of the total gains. So, probably pretty close. The prime example of everyone piling to the pump and getting burned. No, that hasn't really happened since, like, the 50-50 test. But that was a prime example of it. How much did he want you to manage again? I didn't tell you. It wasn't a good deal. It would have been a good deal in the near term, but in the long term, I would have eclipsed the gains, so it seemed like a bad offer to me. And I counter-offered with a standard commission rate, and that was apparently unacceptable. What's up, Popcorn? Melly Duck, welcome to Dillionaire Man.
Welcome to the pickle jar where we send it or we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips. IV's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
We had those conversations in private. Shill. I met him at a party. At what level SPX level are stocks fairly valued? Historically? Like half of where we're at now. Well, like 40% down from here. I guess. 40, 45. How much money would you have had if you'd started your trading career with Gamma Strike? Probably would have blown it all up. I wasn't like super experienced with options when I started trading. I mean, I told Fidelity I had 20 years of experience, but really, I didn't. I understood the math and stuff behind it, but it wasn't, you know, I didn't do risk management. It wasn't my job to manage like options positions and stuff. That was for the nerds. $20? Did you start trading at 10 like Buffett? As far as Fidelity is concerned, yes. Technically 6, but hey, now Rims and Tims. Say that. Now 49.75. Trying to jump the gun on my prediction. Now we could bounce a little. Boop. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. Oh, that was a good one. I think we might just keep dropping.
He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head.
Someone's buying a shitload of puts at 65 and 50.
Are the highest class of society.
It feels like very 80s lounge music, Dork. I love it. The 80s were the best decade. The late 80s. God. Imagine how much fun the Gamma Strike offices would be in the late 80s. There's one thing I've learned in the stock market. It's just buy puts and hold them till expiry. So much blow. Oh, yeah. Holy shit, someone bid up your dog shit put. Nice. Just a few hundred more bips. I said, well, the next major technical level is like 49.53, I think. So bears might just push till they get it. What's the IV bump at that strike? Under 49.40, IV goes from 1.5 up to like 1.9 at 49.25. Actually, my 12,000 Cs hit like $5 last Friday. Or like almost $5. Like 450 something. I have like 10 of them. Still no speech from Trump. I'm a shadow banned for asking for the song Let It Fall. Well, you asked for it at the end of the drop. And you're also not shadow banned. Why is it when I set stops, I get stopped out way too soon, and when I don't use stops, I get blown up? Sounds like bad entries. The stops are protecting you from your bad entries. And then when you don't have a stop, you're not getting protected from your bad entries. Hmm.
Gorilla mode, put their pickle in my jar. What can do to figure out which support is important? Or weak, like you said before, 5,000 is not significant but 49.53 is important. How do you coming to the conclusion as price fluctuates over time? Is it GS? Previous support resistances months back.
I took a shower, the market
3.
dumped. Should I take another shower? Okay. Did you get yourself dirty in between the showers? What can do to figure out which support is important for the or weak, like you said before? 55,000 is not significant, but 59.43 is important. How do I come to that conclusion? Hold on. As price fluctuates over time, is it GS? Previous support resistances months back? Both. I mean, 50, we bounced a little higher than 49.53. But yeah, I mean, you could have looked at Gamma Strike. 5,000 is pretty significant on here. We did slide through it, but that was largely also due to, you know, VIX being at like 54. You close positions on a certain percent gain. I just close it when we retest like specific levels. Yeah, the momentum's also, yeah, you have to remember that momentum is a factor, especially with volatility this high. Momentum's like a significant factor. We have to cross 49.50 in the overnight. That's a good question. No. I mean, we only have 30 minutes, but there's a shitload of puts to the downside of spot right now. There's sold puts at 49.75. There's some sold puts bot calls at 5,000, but nothing to the upside of here. So pushing further up is a little bit unlikely. This will probably fail. Failure here bearish? Yeah. I mean, vol came down pretty hard, so maybe not super bearish, but a little bit. There's plenty of gamma to the downside. Like, I could see us retesting 75. Getting under 75 might be a little difficult. Gamma falls off pretty hard. But there's some interest out there, like the 65 put, 55 put. Those are coming in. There's some 90 puts being bought up. It's a fucking bear flag. I didn't say bear flags always lead to massive reversals. VIX is at 52 right now. Fucking at the money IV is 142. It also increases into close. It's like gamma. A ridiculous bit of mumbling on an interview sent us rocketing 8.5%. Most expensive at the money 15 minutes to expiry we've ever had. I don't know what you're talking about. The at the money contract's only $18. How much of the pickle jar do you think has become millionaires this past month? Yes. Each minute of theta costs around $150. Do you think more people blew up trying to trade this in the pickle jar than became millionaires? I mean, the last time there was a correction this bad was, before I did this, but I remember everybody in the like trading Discord I was in at the time, like their portfolios just went like this. Typically when Pickle Jar makes $1 million, Gert gets a $3 Ko-Fi. God, I need to stop doing this. This is why I need a hedge fund. And yours? Nowadays, it's kind of more like this. I don't really do much anymore. You do a lot of passive investing. I have like I have a lot of dividend stocks, and then like a shitload of like utilities and stuff. And then yeah, index trading for continued capital accrual. I trade equities too. Hey, 49.50. I knew we had to test it. VIX at 54. Is the spike to break even just when you deposit money? This is fucked. Wait, are we gonna get a halt? Hold on, we actually might be kind of close now. We're at 6.22% from the high. Oh yeah, yeah. Circuit breakers don't trigger after 325. Oh, this is just stupid. I think we could officially say we're like in a market crash at this point, right? Like 9.5% rally, 7% drop. Thanks, Kirk, for sticking by us for. Is it running again? The fuck? I can't tell if this is working or not. Oh, it is working? Oh, okay. I think Kenny tried to take me out because I said I was better than Burry. Burry predicted a market crash 3 years ahead of time. Gross. It wasn't even 2 years. Well, a little bit, but not 2 years. Well, okay. I forgot to call out from what price. I told you guys like 5 weeks ago after Feb OPEX we were crashing. 6 weeks ago? I was like, we're crashing, but it's really shitty and slow. Oh, Burry. He said 4,800, 5,140. He said 5,400. He called it all. I did, in fact. Is the market halted? Data's probably just fucked. No, the market's not halted. Hold on. No, there we go. How often do you reposition your call hedges? I feel like I'm tithing. That's kind of what it is. Not too often. I usually open them as debit spreads so they don't decay so quickly. I wasn't gone that long. What did y'all do? Just mean reversion. Make VIX higher? It's already a... Wait, isn't this a new high? We're really close. Not quite, but 60 was the high. We're at 56.9. No, my cat just knocked the fucking modem off the table. Is the straddle a good option going into tomorrow? I mean, given the volatility, I would say strangles are probably sufficient. I don't really think straddles are worth it. Both sides of my strangle are printed today. Same. How many DT? I don't think it matters. The chances of us having a flat day with VIX at 57 are pretty slim. This is absurd, but thanks. Wouldn't Vana? I think we hit that trigger like a while ago, right? I don't know, it might have moved. We're almost like at the... I guess we could slip down to 4,900 in the last 10 minutes. And that would put us kind of... Yeah, then we'd hit the negative... well, not quite negative, Vana. I guess Vana turns negative around 48.50. Also, things are like repositioning, but Charm's fucking terrible here. When's the next chance for Vol to calm down and get more puts? Earlier today, maybe? I don't know. You've gotta wait for a rally. Or you have to be shorter dated. Bit of repositioning there. Some profit taking. Some bot calls at 50 here. 50, 55, 60 coming in. Still a shitload of puts at 65. Did Gamma Straight catch back up? I think it's just that memory issue still. Like too many trades blowing out our memory. I thought we increased it. This might push up a little higher. I don't know, but some of the calls might take profits early, but it could technically push out to 65. This might be like the highest closing price on VIX ever. At least since the COVID crash. Yeah, there was like 3 days during the COVID crash where VIX closed like... Well, VIX was still going up and closed higher. This is about a couple weeks. I don't remember VIX being that high for that long. Oh, this is VX. Never mind, I'm looking at the wrong thing. This is definitely the highest close on VIX since the COVID crash. No, people are longing vol still. They have to. We tested the weighted VWAP on SPX again at the low today. Forward yield on vol is actually not that high. It's like 39%. $40. The curve's starting to flatten out. VIX 3-month is at like 43%. You clearly want 5K. It'll be hard to get. I think 75 is about the top there. There's some... yeah. It's gonna be tricky. Jesus Christ. 5 minutes to close, and the 49.55 is $4.60. $10 out of the fucking money. I made as much trading in the last 2 months as my entire gross income last year. Thanks, G. Congratulations, man. How wide do you strangle? Let's see. Last night I did like 50. Probably be about the same here. Yeah, they were next day. Trump still hasn't shown up.
Because we're bringing back an industry that was abandoned, despite the fact that it was just about the best, certainly the best in terms of power, real power. And I'm very honored to be doing this. Other countries went to beautiful, clean coal, and they've stayed there for many years, like China. China's opening 2 plants every week. Germany went green, very green. They went so green they almost went out of business. Germany was finished. They went to wind. The wind wasn't blowing too much. And they went to all sorts of other things. You know, the Green New Scam hit Germany too. And guess what? Now they're back to coal. They're opening up coal plants all over Germany. We're the ones that aren't doing it. I call it beautiful, clean coal. I told my people never use the word coal unless you put beautiful, clean before it. Right, Doc? So we call it beautiful, clean coal. Beautiful, clean coal.
Are these like the coal miners of West Virginia or something?
Thank you. Today we're taking historic action to help American workers, miners, families, and consumers. We're ending Joe Biden's war on beautiful, clean coal once and for all. And it wasn't just Biden, it was Obama, and there were others. But we're doing the exact opposite. And all those plants that have been closed are going to be opened. If they're modern enough, or they'll be ripped down and brand new ones will be built. We're going to put the miners back to work. And I said I was going to do this. And I've said it loud and clear. And it's time to do it. And we need it. And I look at these people behind me. I don't want to have any arm wrestling contests with any of them. But they've had a little more practice with the lifting things, I will say. But they are great people, and I know them indirectly for a long. That includes you guys for a long time, and they're great people and with great families.
No, he's just
come from
fucking
areas of the
coal.
country
I don't care
that
about this.
we love.
Just kissing ass. All right, let's see where we're at for the day. So we managed to move up kind of test the 1 standard deviation move from earlier. A little bit above the market makers expected, a little bit below mine. I thought they'd really gun for the JPM puts, but they didn't. It failed a bit early. Obviously, with the Chinese tariff news coming during the Senate hearing, and then more news coming on that around noon, as called by Trash Dan. We then plummeted about 6% or so from our high for the day, closing down 1.5657% here in after hours on ES. This is a pretty sharp rejection. We will be looking for a higher low here and a continuation of the uptrend, but should that fail, we would push back to the prior low, and then possibly fail that and move into a range where Vana would become significantly more impactful on downside hedges. Dollar down today, but also well, down against the euro and the pound, but significantly down against the yen. Not really a very significant turnaround in commodities. Obviously, oil down 3.5%, taking a big hit there on the energy side. Silver down, but gold climbing back up as a little bit more dollar risk is realized. Correlation fell throughout most of the day, or rose throughout most of the day. Dispersion falling off, and kind of turned around a little bit there into close. I would watch for a double bottom on the index here. That could be a dangerous bounce. Should any news come out tomorrow that is bullish in any way. But tomorrow we are expected to get news of reciprocal tariffs being issued by the European Union against Trump's tariff plan. And if that comes to pass, I would imagine, depending on how restrictive they are, it could be another very bearish event. We actually had a bit of a turnaround in leverage. Leverage pushing up throughout the intraday, up 3.42%. So I think people still trying to pile into the short vol trade. But leverage on the short end not rising in line with the long end. Forward yield on volatility at 35.97% nearing the end of the day here. We're still not seeing the bond buying that we were seeing on the prior drop. And that's what has me concerned, that there may be another attempt at a bounce. Not just the one. Bond volatility, obviously, very, very high. Move up at 137 now. A little bit higher than we've seen it since like October of 23. Pretty close to those levels, actually. Out of the money put demand still remains elevated. And correlation between VIX and VIX futures, or cash VIX and VIX futures, at 96.64%, and seemingly rising over the last 3 days. So I still think that we are seeing like a bit of a breakdown in longer term short vol, and then most of the short volatility plays left or in the nearer term. 2.58% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, which isn't a great look. And Fed fund futures moving up to price in a little bit more of a rate cut at the May meeting. Bear steepener moved up 33.98% today, and is now truly moving to those levels where we would start to see this act as an indicator or recession trigger on the 10-2 year. This is quite bad, and a significant move up from the prior peak in January, which was around 43%. So on the technical side of things, give me a second here. We go down to the daily. We did bounce and failed to retest the long-term trend back up here at like the 54.02 range. We've once again failed the August low at 51.19 and are now pushing, pretty close to that April of 2024 low. We closed just slightly above 49.53. The next one that we'd be looking towards the downside on would be 48.53, which is the Jan 2024 low. Beyond that, 46.95, and then like 4100 under that. So maybe like 45, 46, 43, but pretty terrible. None of this looks particularly good. We're getting very close to a death cross, which is a really important systematic trigger for the S&P. We're just skirting a bear market, and NASDAQ is already deeply into one. I think under 48.53, we actually hit the bear market. So pretty shitty. $49.17. What's $49.17? 20% down from the high? Is it? Oh, that's about right. Anyway, I think that's about it for the day. We'll see what happens in the overnight session here. We might stabilize a little bit going into the EU decision, so be prepared for that. They may stifle some of the sell-off in the overnight session, and I'll have Pickles picks out for you guys in the morning or later tonight. I hope you all did well today. Have a good one. Later.